pray that we will all be given open hearts, open minds, and the energy and the capacity to figure out what our call to action is. I hope that each of you will find the way, in your own community, to connect with someone who is not like you and get to know them and sit down and have deep conversations about how we are a part of the human family. We come in many colors, but we are only one race. The Human Genome Project proved that. So let's work as human beings, making equity happen for all human beings. We hope that you enjoy the day, and we look forward to amazing, amazing equity happening in our communities. Thank you all for being with us. Have a great conference.
Garcia, National President of LULAC, and I want to welcome everybody to the Ohio LULAC Summit. This year we have some great speakers that will be addressing it, and I want to congratulate all our LULAC State Director and all our LULAC councils for putting this program together. LULAC since 1929 has been fighting for the civil rights and the economic and educational opportunities for all our people. As we entered in 2020 and 2021, it's been one of the most difficult, challenging crises we've had with the COVID epidemic, the economic downturn, the presidential elections, and all types of issues that popped up, including voter suppression. But LULAC has challenged and met each one of those as we went forward. And we will continue to do so here as we go in the future, whether that's protecting essential workers, whether the farm workers out in the fields, putting vegetables on our table, the meatpacking workers, construction workers, people at the grocery stores, or the healthcare workers. LULAC has been there to make sure that they get vaccinated, that they get protected as they continue to serve our country. We've been there at the forefront protecting our service members through helping Vanessa Guillen Act that will protect our women and men who serve in the military and make sure that they are able to serve without the fear of sexual harassment. We've also been in the forefront of dealing with issues such as education. And as schools are now reopening, making sure that our children are not left behind. They're provided the adequate resources to get them back to grade level. And as we start in-school learning, that they're able to process that and continue to graduate from high school and go on to college. So LULAC is going to be working with all our elected officials in Ohio and around the country to make sure that these opportunities continue for the next generations to come. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, President Garcia, for your encouraging words. Hello, my name is Cindy Benavides, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the LULAC Ohio Virtual State Summit, Black and Brown Agenda, Reaching Common Ground for Equality, Solidarity, and Intersections, Equity for All. I want to first thank Alicia Pagan, our LULAC Ohio State Director, and the Advisory Committee for helping put together this historical event. This summit comes at an important time in our history. The pandemic has brought to the forefront the vast inequities that our communities have always lived. And then we also see every day how Black and Brown people are being stopped and sometimes tragically die at the hands of police brutality. Today, we will bring together local and national experts from education, health, immigration, and labor rights to discuss how we, as allies and partners, can come together to fight towards a more equitable union. LULAC is 92 years young, and for over 9 decades, LULAC has advanced our community while protecting and defending against injustices that still plague our communities in 2021. I hope today's conversation encourages, and re-energizes you to continue to strive to make a difference in your community with LULAC by your side. For more information, please join us and visit us at www.lulac.org. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias.
I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP. I want to congratulate LULAC and your wonderful leader, Cindy, in this moment of your annual conference. I want to thank all of you for your advocacy and your voice to ensure democracy works for everyone. In fact, it's through our partnership as the nation's oldest civil rights organization, partnering with LULAC, the nation's oldest civil rights organization serving the Latino community, that we have strengthened our resolve to fight against white supremacy. The prior 4 years we've seen like nothing before as the commander-in-chief spewed hatred, xenophobia, anti-Semitic, anti-Latinx, racist, vile speech from the White House. But from our partnership, we took them on. Not only from Stop Hate to Profit, but also holding corporations accountable to reflect our needs, our interests, and to ensure discrimination is met with mass resistance. LULAC, continue your advocacy as I am witnessing your strength every day getting stronger and stronger. I look forward to working with you over the next several years as we make sure democracy works for all.
Hi everyone, this is Jesse Garcia, Chair of the National LULAC LGBTQ Affairs Committee. I want to invite you to our upcoming National Policy Summit, Nothing About Us Without Us, on Saturday, April 24th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Nothing About Us Without Us will be a space for queer brown folks like us to learn about and discuss important issues that matter to both the LGBTQ community and the Latinx community. Right now, federal legislation affecting us is making its way through Congress. We're talking about 11 million immigrants finally seeing a pathway to citizenship, and queer citizens like us finally getting full protections guaranteed under federal law. Girl, you have no excuses. The event is free and virtual, so you can participate in the comfort and safety of your own home. The only thing we ask is that you wear pants during our Zoom chat. We don't want to see your chones, girl. Don't miss our important discussions with movement leaders who will speak about issues regarding the LGBTQ youth, the elders, the transgender community, HIV/AIDS, and the Black social justice movement. But most of all, get ready to network with other LULAC members from across the nation as we invite council members from our Dallas, San Antonio, the Rio Grande Valley, Corpus Christi, Washington, D.C., and San Juan Rainbow chapters. So save the date, Saturday, April 24th, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. RSVP today on the national website. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you on the 24th.
So sorry. Wonderful, wonderful comments from our national representatives. We are so glad to have their support. And as we transition into our first session, I want to be sure to say thank you to LULAC's national policy team for helping us. I also want to say thank you to the advisory committee, especially our LULAC representatives from the 6 councils, Mari Corujudo, Luis Chavez, And I also want to thank Madei Rivera, the state director from Kansas, Jose Lopez, our VP from Midwest, Javier Ariolas Lopez, who's on the National Education Committee, Dr. Vanita Kelly, who is on our LULAC Ohio team, Lourdes Rivera, Laura Moes, and Jose Sosa, who have been very instrumental in helping us bring this together, as well as Rogelio Landin from Michigan. Thank you all, and we look forward to a wonderful event. Good morning, good morning. And we are getting ready to go into our education session. Are we live now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this morning for our education session, we want to welcome Emmanuel Caudilla and Evelyn de Jesus, Noel Candelaria, and just a moment here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are so happy to have you all with us here today. My co-moderator will be Luis Chavez. And with us today, we have in our panel, just a moment, as I just mentioned, we have Senior Advisor for the White House Hispanic Prosperity Initiative, Emmanuel Caudillo, Evelyn de Jesus, Vice President for AFT, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, and Noel Candelaria, Secretary and Treasurer for the NEA, National Education Association. This morning, we're going to have a chat about education. And so we're going to ask a series of questions, and then we're going to give you each an opportunity to share your expertise and your experience from your perspective about how we can bring equity to education to our communities across the nation. Welcome, everyone. Thank you.
Bienvenidos.
Okay, Luis, I'm going to let you go ahead and ask the first question, if you would.
Sure. Of course. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Thank you again to our wonderful panelists who have joined us today to have this great conversation in this summit. So I'll go with the first question because it's one that we spent time trying to craft. Structurally, communities need to play more significant role in education policy and processes. How can ensuring communities have a decision-making role in these policies and processes be achieved or become reality. Whoever would like to go first and others comment, please. Evelyn.
Buenos días y gracias. Thank you for having me. I just want to say that, Alicia, I am in Puerto Rico working, reopening schools. So I'm in your isla. I am Puerto Rican, also the first Latina in 150 years as AFT Executive Vice President. So estoy representando nuestra gente, nuestra sangre. So I just wanted to let you know that I thought, so I send you a hug from the island of Puerto Rico.
Oh, mil gracias.
Okay.
And also, Evelyn, just to a little housekeeping here. As each one of you answer the question for the first time, could you also give us some background on what you're doing and how you came to this position so that our listeners can get to know you personally as well?
So I'm a New Yorican, born and raised in New York. My parents are from Puerto Rico, but came every, on the summers, all Puerto Ricans send their kids to Puerto Rico. And so I grew up here. I love Puerto Rico. I actually started this journey as a single mother of two girls in New York City, where my daughter's schools, they were tearing out the windows and asbestos happened. And as an advocate, I shut down all the schools during Mayor Dinkins through the asbestos scandal. From there, I was hired. I started as an assistant teacher, paraprofessional, from paraprofessional, a teacher, a bilingual special ed teacher. From there, I became the shop steward, you were called, a chapter leader, then I ran the District 2. Then I ran the city of Manhattan for 7 years. And then I became vice president of education for all the schools in New York City. And I am presently the executive vice president at AFT National, representing 1.7 million members. So it's been a journey of advocacy. I've walked in everybody's shoes, so I have a taste and a lens. Also, I'm a licensed and certified administrator, but I went the union route because it was just advocacy and organizing that I really, really love. But I just want to say thank you to Luis for that great question, because we thought about this question, and I wanted to talk about that. In the AFT, as you know, our locals regularly engage in collective bargaining with school districts. Some years ago, our president, Randy Weingarten, pioneered our locals. They began community voices, with parents and local nonprofits, racial justice organizations into the bargaining process itself. So we gave parents voice. We listened to what parents, students, and community members wanted for their schools and invited them to sit at the bargaining table with us. Why, you say? Exactly why we're here today, because we know that parents are their children's first educators in their lives. We know that community leaders want better lives for all its members. Also, in the diversity of culturalism, we wanted to know how we can see everybody's lens. So we call this bargaining for the common good. And it has been transformational. It's been a transformational bargaining process, and the relationship between communities and schools and districts across the country, including Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Boston, New York, and St. Paul, Minnesota. I'll give you an example. In Messena, New York, our local provided key leadership to help bring the community together to get state funding to help save the local Alcoa plant. With AFT funding, the local launched a community-wide revitalization initiative, the People Project, which began by creating a community school. In San Francisco, we used the bargaining table to get a discussion on the parcel tax on the table to address affordability for students, families, and low-wage workers in the region. Union locals can be the entry point for communities, for families, to bring their concerns, not just about children, but about larger issues, as we know during this pandemic, into the bargaining process with key local institutions like the public school. In the best of times, as you know, we know educating young people is a partnership between administrators, teachers, school staff, students, families, and community. The AFT locals and I, sure my colleagues, Noel from NEA, locals as well, can work with and include the collective voice of Black and Brown communities in negotiating that better, to bring that voice and also that lens of culturalism. As you know, we're also diverse. Thanks.
Thank you, Evelyn. And by way of introducing our other panelists, perhaps you could also introduce yourself briefly and also make a brief comment on what Evelyn just shared with us. So whoever would like to go first, Noel or Emmanuel?
Yeah, sure. I'll go next. Gracias, Luis, and it's great to be here as part of this panel. And gracias, Alicia, as one of our NEA members, as a Spanish high school teacher. It's always great to be in a space with fellow members who are leading in their communities and in their states. So I am Noel Candelaria. I'm a high school special education teacher from El Paso, Texas, proud son of Mexican immigrants. And I came to this work when I started, primarily my work as a paraprofessional in special education, then went on to become a teacher at Cesar Chavez Academy there in the Isleta Independent School District, where I quickly learned as a first-year teacher the systemic inequities and the fast track that our students who were sent to my campus, which was the discipline alternative campus, where students that were expelled from their home campuses were sent to for discipline. And I quickly realized that they were on the fast track and pretty much on the fast lane on the school to prison pipeline. So I knew that there was something more that we could do for our students, not just within our school, but across the entire system. And that's when I really started to engage with my union and realize that through my union, we had the collective power and our collective voice when we joined with parents and the community to change the projection that our students were on. I saw that our students were overrepresented, especially our Black and brown students, our Hispanic students were overly represented on our campus. And there was no plan in place for them when they went back. So, I knew that there was more that we could do. And that's when I really started my activism in my union. I became the state vice president of the Texas State Teachers Association. I just finished this last summer as the state president of the Texas State Teachers Association, where we were organizing in communities all across the state and leading on racial and social justice and the impact that it had on our students. And this past summer, I was elected as the Secretary Treasurer of the National Education Association, representing 3 million educators across the entire country. And it's been with that focus of creating systemic change that I think is so important for our students and generations that are coming ahead of us. And I think when we think about what we could all do, I think there is a tremendous opportunity during this moment and this crisis where parents, students, communities, and educators with their union can really make a difference and get involved, beginning at your local school board level. Where a lot of these policies are enacted and taking place, and the role that our members and leaders have taken in leading on these school board elections from whether it's your school board, the State House, or the White House, and everything in between. All of these legislative bodies are playing a critical role in not just how they allocate resources that are going to help our communities and our families that we all represent, but really, what are we going to have in place post this pandemic? Because we know that before this pandemic, what we had for our students and our communities was not good enough. So we can't return back to normal, right? We have to take this moment. And just like we all came together around this last presidential election, we have to look at how we strengthen, our public school system so that it works for every single student, regardless of where they live. We have so much work to do to ensure voting rights, college affordability, DACA for our dreamers in our community, strengthening Social Security and defeating vouchers. And so when we look at all of this work, and that's why it's important to create these critical partnerships in our communities. We're really proud at NEA of our partnership that we have with LULAC. Immediately after this pandemic, we came together and hosted some webinars together so that we can reach our Latino communities through LULAC to provide resources for our parents and our students to help them during this pandemic. For us, that crucial partnership that we are doing right now, there is now more than ever, we have to come together as parents, as educators, with our students and our unions across the entire country in every single community to do not just what is right for our kids, but what is right for each and every one of our communities so that we can all succeed together in a nation that was built on immigrants. So, I'm looking forward to the rest of this panel. And to me, the key word of the day is going to be partnership. So I invite you all to, if you all haven't had a chance to go to, our NEA website, I shared on my Twitter at Noel Candelaria, which is really easy to hand. Just type it in on Twitter. And I already put on there resources that you can have access on how you can partner with us at NEA and our members across the states, all the different states and locals to help us all work together in this work.
Thank you, Noel. Emmanuel, please.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. And it's a pleasure being here today. I'm very happy to be speaking here today and pleasure to be in this incredible panel with Evelyn and Noel. And so thank you so much for this panel. So my name is Emmanuel Caudillo, and I'm here in Washington, D.C., but I come by way from Los Angeles. And so that's where originally I'm from, a first generation, my parents both from Mexico. And how I got into this work of education, especially in fighting for education equity, really comes from a personal story. I have older cousins who are also first generation. They went to college for the first time in the local community college, and they did really well in high school. They did well in the school and really put the effort in college, but because they were new to the system of higher education, they unfortunately couldn't, they didn't know what were the things in order for them to complete college. So ultimately they never were able to finish a community college. And so to me at that early age, it stuck to me. And that's something that came to me through the rest of in college and in grad work. And it's like, well, if this is happening to my cousins, it's probably happening all over, not just here in Los Angeles, but all across the country. And so that's what got me my work interested in education equity. And so I first, I joined the Department of Education in 2009 as a budget analyst on federal student aid work. So I helped with the budgets for federal student aid because I want to be sure, well, budget is policy. You got to make sure where you're putting your money is where your priorities are. And so be able to work in those efforts during those years to ensure that we could provide the opportunity for our students to have access to federal student aid and so forth. And so I was able to work on that for a few years before I joined the initiative. Now, of course, the initiative, this is its new name. So if you've known our initiative prior, we used to be known as the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for Hispanics. And so that's what our name was from 1990 through 2020. And then over this past summer, our name has changed. We went to the White House Hispanic Prosperity Initiative. So the initiative itself has always been working on educational, looking at educational excellence throughout the country, affecting the Hispanic community. And so the new name is now just to expand more into other areas such as workforce development, looking into helping Hispanics in small business and entrepreneurship. And so our focus still is mostly with education, but it's just an expanded reach that we have. And so I just want to make sure, because you may have heard the name, you might think this is just something new, but we've been here for many years, trying to raise up the Hispanic voice in the federal government. Now, in regards to the question, in regards to parents and families' voice, that's incredibly important, especially now in this time. I don't think no family has ever. I think every family in this country has been affected by COVID and in the pandemic, and I think this is something that's unique in a way that, as has been mentioned before, as we're looking now, as more people are getting vaccinated and are working in ways that more students are going back in person to school. This is a chance to not go back to what we were before, because what we were before simply wasn't working. We still have the gaps between our Black and brown students compared to our white students. We still have those academic gaps in regards to academic scores in NAEP, or in regards to high school graduation rates and in college graduation rates and so forth. And so now is the time where our voices are needed now more than ever. And I think this is an opportunity for those voices to be heard now. And so, as has been mentioned by my panelists, it's important to get involved in the different things, like in the school boards or working with your unions, or working, with your school districts as well. But also important is that we're here at the department, we're readily available to hear from you as well. Over this past month, we debuted a new webinar series called Lessons from the Field, in which we've had department senior officials as well as practitioners be able to share on important topics such as early learning, and we look hopefully to do more on things on K-12 and college education, that people are able to learn and hear from what are the best practices that are happening across the country, and be able to engage with folks and senior officials in that way. Another area as well to connect with us is to share your best practices. We'll love to be able to hear what's happening across the country, be able to hear what's happening in regards to your communities, especially here in Ohio. We'll love to be able to hear, what's been working, what's been something that's been working in regards to engagement to students and families, and that you like to share. And so feel free to connect with me. We'll love to be able to hear those stories, because that's what we want to do, to help raise those voices, to let our senior officials know, like, this is what's working. We need to focus on these areas to help our students, not just in Ohio, but all across the country. And so it's a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Alicia, before you take over for the next question, there is a Q&A that we also have, and we hope people will be putting in their questions there. I just wanted to quickly ask anyone on the panel to respond very briefly to this particular question, because it pertains to the discussion around the structural issue. The question is, unfortunately, school boards are often part of the structural marginalization of Black and Brown parents, silencing and ignoring their concerns. How can the teachers' unions and departments of ed help hold school boards accountable to the Black-Brown youth needs?
That's a great question, Luis, and I'll jump in because that's been, part of my life's work since I was a teacher there in El Paso and local president, was engaging around school board elections and how important it was for us to get involved politically so that school boards represent our communities, right? And we've often even come across where school boards and the way district school board lines are drawn are not representative of the communities, or sometimes, you have at-large school board seats. So we have to look at systemically, how are our school boards structured and how is representation structured? And then how do we then, join together with our unions at the local level and all of our partners, locally, who are fighting for racial justice and equity and voting rights, to then look at that system of school boards that we have in our community, and show up to the school board meetings. You'll see that our local unions are showing up to school board meetings every time there's a school board meeting. So, this is a perfect opportunity for us to discuss, because the school board is going to set what they are going to invest in. What priorities are they going to invest in? And if our Latino voice is not in the room, then our community is going to be ignored. And so that's why, organizing for political power begins by organizing at the school board level to ensure that school boards are representative and being responsive to the needs of our students and our community. I can't stress enough how important that is, for our parents and students to be engaged and bring in community partners in that process.
Thank you. I'm turning it back over to Alicia.
Thank you, Luis. And I noticed here in the chat, we also have a comment from Dolores Huerta, president of the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And she says that we get our members, vecinos, elected to the school boards. So that's part of the action that we need to do. I do want to pick up on something that you said, Mr. Candelaria, about the NEA listening sessions. Is that what you said? I would like to see here in Ohio, it would be really great to have, I would love to see some listening sessions that included AFT, NEA, just like we're doing right now, and school board unions, all the stakeholders, so that in our communities, we could have these conversations just like we're doing right now, so that we could help educate our parents and our young people, because everybody's voices should be included in these conversations about setting the tone and how the district runs. It's everyone's education, it's public education, but we don't always know how to do that. And so I think these listening sessions would be a great way to help educate how everyone can be a part of that decision-making process. So please do include Ohio in those talks, and we'll be happy to help organize any of those events. Let's go to the next question. How can we achieve equity for all schools In light of current voter suppression legislation and gerrymandered districts that impact so many Black and brown communities, so that we can avoid separate but not equal school experience in our nation.
So, oh, go ahead, Emmanuel. Are you going first or you want me to go?
Go, feel free to go, Evelyn. I'll let you go first.
So that's a great question. So throughout this entire pandemic, we've remained focused on the fact that we're in the midst of overlapping crises. We have a pandemic, a recession, a climate emergency, a reckoning with racial injustice. We saw the way race played a role in the last elections, from dog whistling warnings of voter fraud to outright voter suppression and disenfranchisement, as you know. Thankfully, in the last election, states that expanded vote by mail, early voting, and other safe ways to vote in the middle of a pandemic boosted turnout for all voters. Folks across the country were able to participate in our democracy and have their voices heard on issues like public education, healthcare, and the economy. So we want everyone to be able to vote, of course, regardless of the politics, but unfortunately, that has not been the case, and Republicans and many people disagree. That's why For the People Act is important that we, hold on, excuse me. Oh, sorry, my internet went out. Am I on?
We can still hear you. We can see you.
Okay, sorry. For the People's Act is important, is so vital for the Senate to pass because it makes it easier for every person, no matter where they live, no matter their zip code, to have a say in how they govern. We can't let our states, we can't let states like Texas and Georgia that are trying to take us back. We have to keep pushing for the People's Act and pushing businesses and corporations to do the same. Our democracy definitely depends on it. It's so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Oh, I mean, I can add to that because I think, Evelyn hit the nail on the head on how important the For the People's Act is. And I think we also have to remember that, in our Latino community, right, we have a lot of undocumented families and mixed status families who sometimes feel like they don't have a voice in our election system. Obviously, if they're not citizens, they can't vote, but they can still participate in the process. One of the things that we've been focusing on, as the National Education Association with our state and local affiliates and all of our partners, is helping people get out and block walk and share their stories about, why these elections matter. Just because you aren't able to vote doesn't mean you still can't knock on doors and talk to your neighbors about the impact of the policies and the elections and what it means to you and how you can share your story. We all have a part to play in this democracy. And it's really important that despite all of the hurdles that, that we're currently seeing with Republican legislatures and even Republicans in Congress trying to limit our ability to vote, and instead of focusing on expanding voting rights and making sure that every single person that is eligible to vote has access to a ballot, we need to be able to push back by showing up to the polls and organizing in our communities and getting every single person possible that we know that is eligible to vote, register to vote. Here in Texas, we've been focusing on, getting people to become voter deputy registrars so that regardless of where they are any day of the week, they got voter registration cards. They can talk to people and ask them, are you registered to vote? Are you eligible to vote? If not, here's your voter registration form. Let's fill it out and I will turn it in for you. So we have to look at systemically everything we can do to do our part to participate in this democracy, whether we are actually eligible to vote or not. We all have a role to play to expand democracy in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Candelaria.
I serve on the outside. I serve as a citizenship teacher. So I'm at a local community center here in Washington D.C. I go out and teach citizenship to naturalization applicants who are ready to take that next step to become U.S. citizens, and you can just see their passion to be able to vote. to say that this is what I want to do. I want to become a U.S. citizen because I want to be able to vote. And I saw that throughout 2020. I still even see it even during this first quarter here in 2021. And so I just want to be able to say that your voice matters as well as your vote matters. And so it's just always important that when it's time to be able to vote, just to go out and vote. And I think one thing as well that we also want to be able to see is also the information that we receive, that the information we receive isn't misinformation. So it's not something where you can't trust the information. And so I think that's important, just to be able to share, what's really happening on the issues that affect our Black and Brown communities there. And so, like I said, your voice has power, and we just encourage everyone when it's time to vote to continue to vote.
Thank you. I'm going to put something in the chat. It's a link. Yesterday I saw it. I sat in on a Zoom, and they were talking about legislation in Maryland, amazing legislation in Maryland, that Delegate Pena Melnick, I think, sponsored. So I'm going to put that in the chat and recommend that folks go and check that out, because one of the things that she did in addressing systemic racism was that she included a preamble in the legislation that acknowledged the pandemic of racism dating back from the inception of this country. And it was important for her to include that so that we could see that racism is a social construct, that this is not genetic, and that it's been from the beginning of our country, and that we are looking at bringing equity that will resolve the long endured legacy of racism. And it got sent out of the Senate, and then they went back and they put it back in without the preamble, and then it was still rejected from the Senate. They went back to the House, they put the preamble back in it, they sent it back. It ended up getting passed with a veto. I think the governor vetoed the Senate's input on it. I don't know all the story to it, but the link is in there. And the reason that I want folks to go and look at it is because we really do have to rethink how we are even talking about the legislation in order to make the legislation have the teeth that it needs in order to address these issues of inequity. Okay, Luis, would you like to take the next question?
Sure, just doing a time check as well. We're about halfway through, so we're doing fine. And I think we're going to try to get to the rest of the questions that we had pre-selected. And we do want to try to intersperse questions from the audience as well. So we're trying to keep in mind questions that are coming in. So we'll keep trying to spread those in as we can. But definitely we'll have time at the end to listen to our wonderful panel. The next question is, in order to avoid a separate but not equal learning experience for our nation's schools, as experienced by many of our Black, Brown, underrepresented communities pre-post-COVID and for the 21-22 school year, what innovations are being considered to address equity in remote learning for students, families, and educators? We'll go with Noel this time, and then we'll go circle around to everyone else, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, for that question. I mean, I think, what we know, I mean, this pandemic has really just unmasked the inequities within our system. It's kind of, fully exposed and, just what we've known in our communities, but I think now the nation sees. These inequities are cultivated by systemic racism, right? That lives within the social systems that have worsened, that have been woven together and compounded to create that negative impact on the learning of far too many of our students, especially in our Black and Brown and Indigenous students, who live in and understand in these underserved communities. But, I think when we look at the opportunity that we have right now with the American Rescue Plan, right? And that's why this engagement is so important, because we have a once in a lifetime opportunity with the American Rescue Plan and getting involved at the local level to ensure that these dollars are allocated where they need to be to support our most vulnerable students, especially our Latino community. when we look at the vaccination rollout, right, and then the work that this administration has done, it's been great, but we still are seeing that the severe impact in our Latino and Black communities are still dying at higher rates than white people. So when we look at the opportunities that we have, not just with the American Rescue Plan, to ensure that we are able to invest those dollars where they need to be invested to impact our students, not just academic needs, but social and emotional needs that our students need during this time. We also have an opportunity with the new budget that President Biden proposed, and our role to contact our members of Congress to make sure that that budget becomes a reality. Because for the first time in over in over 40 years since the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act was enabled, we are moving closer to getting that funded at the rate that it was intended to be funded. There are so many new resources. I think Title I funding is going to be increased by twofold, which is going to impact directly our communities of color. And so that's why, to me, that engagement and making sure that our parents are connected with our educators in their communities, so that we can advocate together for our students. Because one thing we know, I mean, as a parent myself and as a teacher, when your child walks into my classroom, they become my child, right? They become our children. And we have to take that partnership to make sure that we are fighting equally as hard to make sure that they're able to truly achieve the opportunities that they deserve, so that they can fulfill their own potential. So, go to NEA.org or strongpublicschools.org, where we can then help you connect with your members of Congress to get this important legislation at the federal level that is going to impact our students, which need it now more than ever.
Thank you, Noel. Evelyn?
So the AFT has a long and proud legacy fighting separate and unequal learning. And we researched this, and we were one of the few unions who filed an amicus brief in the Brown versus Board of Education case that declared segregated schooling to be unconstitutional. And I don't know if you know this, but in 1957, we expelled our locals that did not admit African Americans, and we lost 7,000 members. That said, and I'm going to be a little controversial here, but that said, I don't think fixing equity in remote learning is the top priority. The real question is how to address the chronic absenteeism in communities of color under COVID. Over 3 million remote learning school kids have not been attending school. 3 million. It's great that the president is proposing to fix the digital divide in the American Jobs Act, but the quickest way to deal with inequity in remote learning is to get back to safe in-person learning, period. That's why we've been pushing exactly this for a full year now. Many of our schools have been open and some have not, but we're pushing, the vaccination, the mitigation. So in-person learning needs to happen. It needs to be a safe environment. It needs to be a trusting environment. And we're getting that. We're getting there now with the president and everybody. And so let me say this. Lots and lots of folks are bashing teachers, unions over this issue. Noel, you know it. I know it. Emmanuel knew it. So they're bashing teachers, saying we're looking out for our members instead of our students and families. We don't want to go back. That's not true. But here at this panel, let's talk truth. It's our own people, Black and brown parents, who are most hesitant about getting their kids going back to in-person schooling. Why? Because they know from experience that before COVID, it was schools in Philadelphia, Detroit, Baltimore, Yonkers, and San Juan that were facing leaky roofs, broken HVACs, lead in the water, and mold in the classrooms. This wasn't the case in mostly white districts, and that is not a coincidence. Dr. King saw the intentional lack of justice in inequality-funded schools and called it out for what it was, another systemic form of racism that prevented children of color from thriving. When we reopen our school buildings, we cannot go back to normal. Normal failed so many of our students. So please forgive me for not addressing the inequities of the remote learning, but we need to get back to in-person learning, training our teachers, making sure all our schools go through mitigation process, air filters, PPEs, all of that before we even think, because the bottom line is kids are not being creative because they're just sitting hours and hours on these remote and they're not socially. And, I'll give you an example. I have 4 grandchildren. And this is there. One is very, very good. She's like 4 years last year. I said, please I said, in fact, dame un lápiz para escribir, para hacer una lista. I said, let's make a list. She said, Grandma, we don't use pens and pencils anymore. For 2 years, everything is Chrome. And so now, even teachers, when we go back, teachers are going to face a whole slew of issues of children, a whole 2 years of children just dealing with Chromebooks, internet, texting, and many of them won't even write with pencils. And that's a whole new transition for teachers, for communities, for parents. And we have to think about how do we as Emmanuel said, how do we reimagine this in a way that fits our multilingual learners? Focus on the equity, fight to support ELs, multilingual learners, and immigrant students who have been left behind during the time of COVID. Also note that 100,000 Latinos have died because of COVID. Our families are hurting. We are coping with loss. We have to look at the social and emotional piece, because no one's talking about that as we transition into, I lost my mother. I had a stroke. I had COVID. Like all of this that I've gone through, I've been able to breathe it. But I think of all these kids that Noel talked about, didn't go to, because they had to work in high schools, leave high schools to go work because their parents lost their jobs. So now they become the sole person. How do we transition the entire nation back into what was normal when it's not the same normal?
Oh, thank you, Evelyn. As we prepare to hear from our panelist, Emmanuel, on the same question, we are going to try to quickly wrap up and then go on to the next one. Alicia will pick up the next question. But if I could just interject point of privilege here to say thank you to AFT for partnering with LULAC Education Committee on preparing a poll, the next parent poll, because I believe we did one back in the fall, just to find out about these issues. So it is important that this is about what's happening in the families and the parents, not just in the classroom, in the schools. It's really a holistic approach. So thank you for that reminder, Evelyn. Emmanuel.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, it's where you put your budget priorities speaks to your priorities. And here at the department, we've wanted our priorities to be able to help advance educational equity for all our students, especially our Black and Brown communities. When we come to the American Relief Plan, that's $122 billion. $102 billion are going to our school districts across the country. That's about about nearly 4.5 billion in Ohio alone. That these are resources to help ensure, one, that our schools are safe, to ensure that our students are safe when they're in-person learning, to support our staff our staff and teachers in the schools, for critical after school, summer and learning enrichment programs, and also in regards to remote learning, to provide the Wi-Fi hotspots and also devices for students, especially those that don't have that connectivity, and also supporting our educators into the effective use of the technology there. And so our hope here at the department is to be able to provide the resources to our school districts to be able to help serve our students, to be able to assist our teachers, you provide those resources to our teachers so they're able to support, ensure our students are learning, especially if they're coming back from many times 100% remote learning, as they're coming back, not just dealing with remote learning, but also dealing with the trauma that they face in their homes. We know that it isn't just education loss, they didn't learn loss that they're facing, but other items in regards to, maybe their parents lost their jobs, or maybe their parents or a relative, went through COVID or lost a relative due to COVID. There's so many things that our students are facing, and we need to make sure that we provide these resources to our students so everyone has an opportunity to be able to move forward, to be able to have an opportunity to be able to move forward and continue their education while being supported. And as Noel mentioned earlier, in regards to the proposed budget that the Biden administration had proposed, we gave the top ones were released, I think just about a week ago. That provides a a doubling of our Title I funding from 17 billion, a proposal to increase our Title I funding from 17 billion to about 36.5 billion. That's going to our schools where the need is most. That's where schools where our most vulnerable students are at. And so we're hopeful that, as we move forward with this budget in the sense of the Congress, we hope that it looks favorable to them. We want to know that we just want to be able to help promote and to work with our communities to increase that equity to all our students, to ensure that we want to be able to provide those resources that they can be used for them. And so, in order to answer that question, it's where your budgets, where your priorities are. And so we want to make sure that we follow through, that our priorities are our students, teachers, and our families.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and part of that conversation about the remote too is that when we're talking about like it didn't work before and that going forward, I think the goal should be that we provide a 21st century education for all of our students so that they are able to work in computer applications, because even our manufacturing jobs are looking at redesigning what that workforce is required to be able to do. So God forbid that we go back into another wave in the fall. We need to have the resources and the supports in our school systems so that we can be able to deliver a quality education in both platforms. And part of that, I think, also comes from allowing school systems to have the resources to help parents with providing that support to their students. There are schools that are doing amazing jobs at remote learning. I just think that as we go forward into, especially this year going into the fall, that we need to be thinking about how we can deliver a quality experience on both platforms, should we have to use them. Okay, next question. The next question is, what are measurable goals around equity and inclusion? What might be some measurable goals around equity and inclusion? Wow.
I can kick off. I mean, I think one thing that we've been really focusing is, we want to measure a lot of things in education, and we've seen how, using standardized test scores, as the primary means to measure has not been working. Instead, we should be focusing on measuring what we know actually works. I mean, how do we make sure that we have enough counselors in our schools? Are we measuring how many, making sure that every school has a nurse? Are we measuring to make sure that every student has access to not just a curriculum, but the courses that are going to help them, fulfill their own potential? Are we measuring to make sure that, all of our schools are connected, and that our families are connected in their homes so that they can have access to the world outside of their communities? Are we measuring to make sure that every single student has full access to the arts, right, to the athletics, to the extracurriculars that we know is going to help develop, the whole student? Are we measuring to make sure that our as a special education teacher, that we have the right ratio to help our most vulnerable students? Do we have enough teachers in the classroom? What are our class sizes to meet the demands? Do we have enough English language learner teachers in our communities? I mean, all of these things that we should be measuring, that we are not measuring to make sure that our schools are actually providing what we know our students so desperately need. We're focusing on measuring the wrong things. Our test scores have shown us that, yes, if you take test scores and low socioeconomics, they're going to overlap, right? But we haven't done anything with that data. We haven't done anything to actually show, what it is that we need to invest in every single one of those communities. And that's why, when we look at the work that we still have to do, and how we invest in our schools from the state level to the national level, we have to focus on those things so that we have the right class sizes for our students. We have to invest and make sure that we are keeping our educators, Our teacher turnover is at historical highs. We're losing so many, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth year teachers that are leaving the profession within the first 5 years. And our communities of color are often the ones with the most inexperienced teachers, because even our experienced teachers, as we've seen with this pandemic, are leaving in record numbers. And so, how are we investing in our colleges of education to bring in and support our teachers? Are we supporting real mentorship for our teachers so we can set them up for success? What are we doing to recruit teachers of color so that teachers in our schools look like our students? Why are we not measuring those pieces? And that's, to me, what we should be focused on when we're talking about measuring for success, is making sure that our students truly have access to what they need holistically. And that's why for us, our community schools model is also something that we've been working on, as the NEA in partnership with the AFT, to expand community schools, to bring and leverage all of the resources in our community, from our school districts to our local state governments, to provide the resources that is needed in that community. So that we're not just focused on our kids' education and what happens in between the walls of the school, but what is happening in the entire community, and how can our neighborhood public schools be that hub of learning for the entire community, to lift the entire community.
Oh, thank you for that comment, Noel. I do want to just piggyback on one comment on that about, my concern as a classroom teacher, here in Ohio, our community had, before the pandemic, we had 13 tornadoes that came through our area in Dayton, Ohio. And my school district in particular was hit pretty bad. Lots of apartment complexes and homes were destroyed. And so the school district, the families and the children were dealing with that trauma. So now we're coming back into the school year. So, the long-term effects of trauma are going to be impacting the learning in the classroom. So it's hugely important that schools have the supports that they need to be able to address the wellness of the students, so that they can engage in the learning in the classroom. So I just put that out there because that's something that we really need to look at, providing the resources to our schools. Who would like to go next with that?
And Alicia, I just want to, ditto what you said. I'm in Puerto Rico. They had 2 major hurricanes. They had an earthquake. Now the pandemic. I think 71 municipalities on red zone. I mean, schools have shut down again once they started. And now summer, they finish it May 30th. And teachers are crawling to the finish line, because there is so much distress and so much fear here. So I totally agree with you. But when you're measuring something, you usually have a benchmark, and you usually start everybody, we're measuring a race, everybody starting at the same place. But how do you measure when do kids have equal access to opportunities? Are resources there for multilingual learners that are coming in? How do you measure a 4th grader that's been in the system all along, and then a 4th grader comes from Mexico and Puerto Rico and has made tremendous strides, but doesn't meet up to the one that's been on 4th grade? So when we're measuring, what does that mean? Are we just looking for the ending product? Are they seeing the community as engaging? Is there a fair discipline practice? And as Noel said, why are we measuring in a pandemic how much we know everything's lost? Learning, the whole learning and mental issue has to be addressed before anything. We could have the resources, but if we don't have the teachers, if we don't have the training, and ourselves included, it's going to be a very different, a very, very hard world, to come back to. And I think that's a big fear factor for many people. And I know that we have resources, Coloring Colorado, if people on the AFT website that can really help. And we have a reopening transition plan from the AFT, if any AFT.org, you want to go on. But as Noel said, there are so many variables. If you only want the product, it's going to be the standardized testing. But if you really want the process, and you really want the mezcla of what's going to go into that soup, we got to look at all the variables that we need to look at. So, because learning is not measured according, in my opinion, as a 30+ year teacher is measured. Your child, Alicia, in your 4th grade could have been here for 6 months and went from a level 1, let's say, to a level 3. That's tremendous gain. And another child could have gone to a 3, but didn't have all the loss of academics that this child had. So when we're measuring, are we really measuring the right thing on standardized tests? So everything, all the resources are on our AFT on the chat for you if you want to use it.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Senor Caudillo.
So it's, there's, I think with in regards to measurable isn't just solely just the just the testing. And though it's important just to know like where we're at, have that reporting baseline, but it shouldn't be something that's be punishable, just because where we start, because we're all, everyone, because this pandemic has affected so many people, has affected all our students. I mean, it's not just a group, but all our students, and some even greater than others. And so I think it's just important to know like where we're starting from, but not use it as something that's punishable for that, because everyone is everyone has been greatly affected by this. But is there anything also measurable? And I just want to jump in with the comments of my two panelists here, has been about, are we expanding those opportunities for our students of color? Are we expanding those opportunities for our students with disability, for our English language learners, for our students experiencing homelessness, for those who've experienced, who didn't have access or good access at all to technology? How are we doing it? How are we doing that? And so it's always important to ensure that in the resources we have, what are we using in order to ensure that those resources go to those students and the staff and the teachers that work with those students. But another resource that I would like to be able to share with the audience here is the department recently released our 2nd volume of the COVID-19 handbook. It's 2 volumes. We released one in February and the other one in just last week. And these are good resources, good strategies that local school districts, communities could use in regards to reopening and in-person learning. Things such as strategies in working with mental health, with students with mental health needs, in dealing in working in areas such as explained earlier with community schools or things in such as a dual enrollment and so forth. And so I recommend folks to check on I can send the resources to Alicia, and she can send out to the members the links to those handbooks that we hope that our school districts and our communities are able to use and implement in your communities. And so I know that resource came from the community. We listened to it, and to be able to ensure that it's a resource that everyone could use.
Great, thank you. Well, I know that our school district, our superintendent has been giving testimony on the state level in terms of what the recovery is like, particularly for our district with having survived the tornadoes. And our district is also looking at opening the doors in the summer with innovative classes to help students be able, and we're going to do it as it's summer school for everybody, not just ones who want to make up time. It's summer school for everybody, so that they can come and take a class and maybe enrich where they may have left off at, but to remove some of that stigma and ostracization that people might feel because they're not where they think they should be. All right, so we have 5 minutes left in the panel. Luis, would you like to transition with the?
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on your challenge at the beginning of this, Alicia. You said you wanted everybody to give us their call to action. And I think this might make sense to start wrapping up with this panel. Maybe if we can do it in time, we can take one more question. So Alicia, if you could find a question that's juicy and ready for us to quickly get to. I'd like to challenge the panel to take 1 minute or less to tell us what is your call to action that you want to give our audience members right now.
While they're thinking, I want to remind folks that we have a survey. Please take the survey.
I think a big call to action is what Emmanuel and Noel talked about for the People Act, really having the legislators and their senators and really pushing that they pass that act, because that would be great. I also would say you know, I think it's a different call to action to different, for our parents, for our immigrant parents, you know, their schools are here, you know, for them, and really reach out to their public schools. Their teachers are here to help them, you know, for our teachers, you know, in-person learning to come and look at NEA, look at AFT, look at the White House, or the guidelines or the resources they may have. We have to come back and we have to start looking at how we're going to all engage in this new world of learning and public schools and education in its entirety. You said something, Alicia, you know, maybe we'll never go back to normal in the sense of all in person. That is the goal, that is the hope. But if not, how do we do that equitably with both of us? And that's everyone on this panel and everyone that is looking at this panel and hearing it, taking an advocacy stance. I always say, you can't always be the spectator on the parade. You got to be the participant in the parade. And it's time that our people start being the participants, because we're at the table. We're no longer going to be the menu. We are at that table. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Noel?
Yeah, and I'll add, you know, and I'll drop it in the chat as well, because you can sign up for email and text alerts from our NEA@justice.org hub for racial and social justice issues that are impacting our students and our diverse communities. And it has toolkits and resources with shareable artwork, more support on racial and social justice work, so that you know when it's time to take action, when it's time to contact your member of Congress at that critical moment, when either we're trying to get a bill out of committee or trying to get it on the floor for a vote. You know, if you go to NEA@justice.org, you can then take that action. And you know, I want to leave us with this final thought, which I think, you know, knowing that Dolores Huerta is also a part of this day with you all, and happy belated birthday, feliz cumpleaños, Dolores, 91, and still kicking it. But remember when she said, every moment is an organizing opportunity, every person a potential activist, and every minute a chance to change the world. That is what has driven me, not only in the difference that I can make with my students and our educators make every minute we are in front of them, but how we take that collective action with others to change the future and the pathway for so many of our students and create that systemic change. So I'm going to drop it in the chat, NEA@justice.org. Sign up so that you can receive those alerts, but also have access to those resources so that we can all take action when it matters the most. Thank you.
Thank you,
Noel.
Noel.
Do we have time for Emmanuel to?
Yeah, it'll be just very quick. I'll make it less than a minute here. And so thank you so much for this panel and this opportunity to be able to share it with Noel and Evelyn. It's been an incredible pleasure to be able to speak to everyone here. Be engaged, continue being engaged in your communities. In regards to, there's a lot of extra resources coming to your school districts. Make sure you're involved to ensure it's going to your schools, it's supporting your students. Continue to be engaged. But also let us know here. We're gonna, the department's gonna be opening up a best practice for school safety clearinghouse at the end of the month. We'll love to hear what's going on. Please tell us what's happening. If it's been something that's been helping your students, a best practice, effective practice, we'll love to hear about it, especially if it's helping our Black and Brown communities. So then we're able to share it to everyone across the country. And so please be able to share that. But also if you see any gaps or see things that you see that raises concern, please let us know. Please let us know. Feel free to check in with us. I always love to be able to chat and hear from you. And so, but more importantly, continue to be engaged. And thank you so much. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you all for being here. Thank you for those listening. And Mr. Caudillo, would you please make sure that we get that information on how we can have our community get engaged with your office?
Will do.
And likewise for everyone. Please copy the chat because there's amazing information. Thank you all so much. This has been amazing.
Thank you.
Gracias, Alicia. Thank you all.
Gracias, Luis.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, Noel.
Adios.
Bye, Manuel.
Saludos.
Adios.
Adios.
I guess I just stay on here. Okay, we did it, guys.
It was great. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Can we talk?
Yeah, I think so. We're still recording.
Let's Let's keep ourselves and our families safe from COVID-19 so we can return to what we love. Medical experts and doctors recommend that we wear masks, avoid group gatherings, maintain social distance, wash our hands, get the vaccine when it's available to you. Clinical testing shows vaccines can be very effective in preventing illness from COVID-19. Go to vacunatehoy.org for more information and find the nearest vaccination location near you.
All across the country, people are coming together to speed up what we can learn about health. The All of Us Research Program is calling on 1 million people to join us as we try to change the future of health. For your family, for future generations, for all of us. Visit joinallofus.org and find out how you can become 1 in a million.
Health researchers are trying to learn more about diseases like arthritis, cancer, asthma, diabetes. Join the All of Us Research Program to share your health information. With your partnership, they will learn more faster.
Hello, my name is Amelia Strong Sykes, and I'm proud to represent Ohio's 34th House District, the birthplace of champions. And I'm also honored to serve as the minority leader in the Ohio House of Representatives. Thank you for inviting me to speak during today's LULAC, Ohio State Summit 2021. Unfortunately, I'm not able to make it with you today, but I do want to take a few moments to share my thoughts on this very critical issue. This past year has brought into focus what those interested in public health have known for quite some time, that racism is a public health crisis, and that real equity demands big, structural change to dismantle long-standing systems that continue to harm Black and Latino and Latina communities. Communities across Ohio have begun to declare racism a public health crisis, and now House Democrats are sponsoring our second resolution to declare racism a public health crisis at the state level. This resolution is the next step to ensure health equity for all Ohioans by implementing several actionable steps to improve outcomes in minority communities across the state of Ohio. But House Democrats' commitment to equity does not end there. Last General Assembly, we created Ohio's first ever Black Maternal Health Caucus, which is dedicated to finding policy solutions to ensure healthier moms and babies in Ohio's minority communities. We also passed critical legislation to provide more prenatal care and invested in programs to lower Ohio's near worst in the nation infant mortality rates. Democrats have sponsored legislation to protect healthcare coverage for millions of Ohioans with pre-existing conditions and are championing the Save Our Mothers Act to improve and address racial and ethnic health disparities and provide implicit bias training to improve care and save lives. In addition, Democrats have long called to modernize our public health infrastructure and are looking into potential legislation to make that a reality here in Ohio. Because in 2021, Black, Latino, and Latina Ohioans are still more likely to be unemployed, work lower wage jobs, live in poverty, and be food insecure, more so than their white counterparts. Latino and Latino Ohioans are still more likely to lack healthcare coverage, access to prenatal care, and are more likely to overall have poor health. By giving our public health systems the tools they need, we'll be better able to address these social determinants of health that continue to cause great harm in Black and Brown communities. While there is so much work to do, we know we won't be able to address every health equity issue overnight. But what we do know is that we have incredible partners from all around the state, from public health advocates and local elected officials to organizations like yours who are working every day to break down barriers for Latino and Latina Ohioans. Together, we can make real progress on health equity. Thank you.
everyone. I think we can go ahead and get started. My name is Ashley Nunez. I am the new LULAC Ohio Health Program Director, and I'm so excited to be here this afternoon. As an Afro-Latina, the Brown and Black agenda is especially important to me. I manage 2 school-based health centers and the COVID vaccine and testing clinics at my organization. It has been over a year since COVID has touched down in the United States. And from very early on, we saw the disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 on communities of color, especially our Latinx and Black communities. This was manifested in higher morbidity and mortality rates, job loss, lack of resources for our undocumented families, lapses in primary care, chronic care, mental health crises, and increase in domestic violence, and so many other negative impacts. So I think that we're at a critical moment to acknowledge health inequities and work together to improve them. So I'm so grateful that you are all here with me today. If you guys are ready, I'm happy to go ahead and present our panelists with us. We have Marvin Figueroa, who is the Director of Intergovernmental and External Affairs at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. If you'd like to tell us a little bit more about the work that you do.
Thank you and good afternoon. Well, my name is Marvin Figueroa. I'm the Director of the Office of Intergovernmental and External Affairs. Before I came to this position, I was a Deputy Secretary of Health for the Commonwealth of Virginia. In my current role, a lot of the work that we do is working with the different divisions within the administration to ensure that the programs that we are putting in place are responsive to the needs that we see on the ground. So I have different divisions from tribal to policy to a team that works on external affairs. They're working with governors, they're working with mayors, they're working with tribal leaders. And I also oversee 10 regional offices. And again, the goal is the same, that we have this continuous communication loop where the work that we're doing is being communicated on the ground, and what's happening on the ground is being communicated upward, so that the decisions that we make are informed by what is needed by the folks that we want to serve. And so we're constantly having these discussions because we feel that the best way to make policy is with other folks who have a stake on the outcome itself.
Thank you so much for that. Next, we have Renee Mahaffey-Harris, who is the President and CEO of the Center for Closing the Health Gap. Renee, if you'd like to talk a little bit more about yourself and the work that you guys do at the Health Gap.
Sure. First of all, the Health Gap has been partnering with LULAC Cincinnati for about 8 years. And our work is really about our mission, which is to eliminate racial and ethnic health disparities through education, community outreach, and advocacy. During this last year, we have been able to work with many organizations and really addressing the mistrust and immediately identifying ways to get information about COVID-19 out to our populations in a place that it's coming from us, it's coming from Black physicians and other minority groups across the greater Cincinnati community. And so I strongly believe that the work that we've been doing in building multifaceted campaigns that really are focusing on communication, focusing on really building the ability for people to be equipped with the tools to be a part of their own health solutions. And that means understanding the factors that contribute to the disproportion, as Representative Sykes shared. I could go on, but I'm very grateful to be a part of this conversation. I think it is extremely important that we are reminded constantly that as a result of COVID-19, everyone else are finally seeing what health disparities are due to the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on Black and Brown people in this country and in the state. And so we have a lot of work to do. I'm very happy. Well, I can't say I'm happy, but COVID-19 did put a big lens on what we all have experienced and lived every day for decades. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of the conversation.
Yes, of course. We're so glad to have you. Next, we have Dr. Andrea Rosado, who is in residency at the Christ Hospital and the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. Dr. Rosado, if you'd like to talk a little bit about your current work and your experience in the field.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. So as Ashley said, I am in my second year of residency in family medicine with the Christ Hospital and University of Cincinnati. Our program has a very long history of being committed to underserved care and training family physicians who are compassionate, who are advocates for their patients, and who are especially trained in caring for underserved populations. And so amidst the busyness of training to be family physicians, we are all always very committed and enthusiastic about getting involved with the community, playing our part, with our patients in the office rooms of advocating for them, giving them the resources they need, building that trust, and getting out into the communities to help our greater Cincinnati population.
Thank you, Dr. Rosado. And last but certainly not least, we have Ms. with us, who is the president of the Springfield, Ohio chapter of the NAACP. If you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself and your work in the Black community here.
Yes, thank you for having me. I am so excited to have this conversation. As you said, I am the president here of NAACP here in Springfield, Ohio. I am also the third vice president for the State Ohio Conference. And my position in that capacity is I am the chair of health, and my co-chair is Dr. Frederick Harris from Cleveland. And what we do there is COVID has taken the majority of our time and everything. So what we're trying to do, I have a team from every city within the state, and we try to develop some health policies and procedures so it can be consistent across the state. That's what I'm doing for the state. That's what we're doing for the state. As for the city of Springfield, I meet monthly with our director of our combined health district here in Springfield, and that is Director Charles Patterson. And what we do, we have a Facebook Live, we open it up for questions, we give the status update of how many is being hospitalized, how is the Black and Brown community doing, which is not very good. And so that is still a work in progress. We are also meeting people where they are. We have a place like J.C. Penney's that we get we administer the vaccinations and we are administer testing. But now my question was, there's not enough Black and Brown communities coming out to the mall to get that. So now we're meeting them where they are. And we are now, I'm trying to, in my brain, figure out how do we reach the young people. And, my suggestion was, since this is the home of Johnny Legend, I'm going to have to call him and say, I need you to help us reach the young people because they all look up to him. So that is a difficult task that we are pursuing at this moment. Again, thanks for having me. I look forward to this discussion.
All right, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much for joining the LULAC family today. For those joining us in the audience, feel free to write questions and comments in the Q&A part of the chat. So if you guys are ready, we can go ahead and get started with a few of our questions that we have here. So the first question is, what racial inequities have we observed in relation to COVID? And after a year in the pandemic, how are we mitigating the effects of COVID on the Brown, Latino communities and the Black population as well? So Renee, if you'd like to start speaking a little bit on that.
Okay. Wow, that's a big question. I guess I would say how we in Cincinnati or in the greater Cincinnati region are working to mitigate the impact. And I guess before I talk about the mitigation of the impact, I want to talk about the impact. So the impact has been horrific, I believe, in Black and Brown populations of our region of Ohio and each of our respective regions, from economic, economic impacted by unemployment rates, disproportionate cases of COVID because many of our populations not having the opportunity to work from home and have that option, living in settings where there are multiple people living in a small, dense area. And so all of those factors, which have been factors that have been persistent, have just unfortunately had a huge impact on the impact of COVID-19 to us, right? And so, as Ms. Williams shared about really the vaccine and getting the vaccine to meeting people where they are, it's great that we have mass sites. But what we know in the work that we do with the populations that we serve is that we must meet them where they are. Mm-hmm. There are so many barriers, and it is transportation, but it's also time of day you work. whether or not you have someone to take care of your kids, whether or not there's all these other factors that we know we live with every day in populations and who we are as a Black person, as the Latino and brown populations. So the issues are great. What is warm my heart and what I have hope in is that we are working together. Right. So we are coming together across Black and brown populations saying, hey, we together can advocate and can ensure that there's equitable distribution and that we figure out how to bring the vaccine to where we are. We figure out how to address the disparities relative to the income gaps that are widening and the unemployment gaps that are widening. So I guess that's I won't go on and on, but I guess that's what's really on my mind.
Yeah, thank you for that, Renee. Marvin, if you'd like to contribute.
Yeah, of course. And I think Ms. Renee hit the nail on the head. These inequalities and equities have existed long before the pandemic. What they have done is they've shown what happens when you combine a pandemic and the structural inequities, right? And so one thing that, we're doing a number of different things through the Biden administration. We believe that our responsibility is to mitigate the structural inequalities that have contributed to Black and brown communities having been the hardest hit as a result. In the immediate and long term, the president pushed and Congress passed the American Rescue Plan. It includes about $160 billion to provide supplies, emergency response, testing, and public health workforce that we believe is going to impact the Black and brown communities positively. There's also stuff there that the folks don't talk about as much, right? So there's an increase in the child tax credit. There's an increase in the earned income tax credit as well. And we know that the top occupation that will benefit are cashiers, food preparers, home health aides. Those are frontline workers who have helped their communities through the crisis. And Black and brown people are overrepresented in those occupations. It's also true that we're doing a better job in distributing vaccines more widely, right? So it is direct allocations to community health centers that we know are in Black and brown communities that do have mobile sites. Working with trusted messengers is not we don't like to talk about hesitancy. We like to talk about confidence. The fact that we have to educate individuals about the vaccine. We were in a equity roundtable with Dr. Nunez Smith, and one woman said, hey, yes, Tuskegee was impactful, but I'm worried about what I saw in my neighborhood yesterday, right? And that's a reminder that the Black and brown communities are observing and they're taking notes. And so it's our responsibility to work with trusted messengers to ensure that the right information is out there. And so everything from resources to making sure that we're working on the ground level and we're meeting people where they are, as Ms. Denise mentioned, that's our focus of the administration right now.
All right, thank you. Denise or Andrea, do you have anything to add on to that?
Go ahead, Andrea.
I think I totally agree, and I know it'll come up in some future questions, but I think, again, as this entire panel is astutely aware, it's about equity and not equality, because as we've already seen so far, vaccine rollout and testing rollout and other measures that focus on equality are just deepening the divide and deepening the disparities for our Black and brown communities. And so focus on equity is going to be really important to getting us out of this.
Yes, I agree with all of the answers here. One thing that I am missing in my quest to meet people where they are is I'm trying to get connected with our brown community. And I'm keeping up with the numbers, but it's hard to connect with our brown community. And for me, that's a challenge. I am now working, I've been introduced to Manuel Lopez. And I just texted him and said, okay, we definitely need to talk. I am keeping up with the numbers because they give it to us when I'm there once a month, but I just don't feel connected. And I want to make sure that the brown community is receiving everything that they can. And if it's something missing, then it is my job to get it fixed. But I'm working very hard to connect with the brown community. As far as our Black community is concerned, my challenge with that is our young folks, okay? Because they have their own way of thinking. They don't believe in the vaccine, and all this stuff is in the vaccine. So as I said previously, we're going to have to come up with something to get our Black young folks, our brown young folks, to understand the necessity of receiving the vaccine, and getting more material out to the brown community that I am definitely have yet to I definitely need to connect with. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I think that you brought up a lot of good points about the barriers to making sure that both the brown and white communities have access to healthcare resources, and that a lot of the barriers there do exist along racial lines, especially in the Black community, in the brown community. A lot of those barriers are surrounding language disparities and cultural differences. So I think that this is a really important conversation for us to help find a way that we can move forward with this. The next big question, which I think, Marvin, you brought up a good point about calling it addressing medical anxiety or vaccine anxiety or hesitancy, and focusing more on confidence in our healthcare as a system and healthcare providers. So with concerns over both COVID testing and COVID vaccination, Dr. Rosado, how do you think that clinicians can do a better job of addressing this hesitancy and building more confidence in healthcare as a system?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with that. I think we need to stop using vaccine hesitancy as an excuse. And recently read a great article that was putting the focus more on vaccine deliberation. Because when we use the term vaccine hesitancy, it's sort of putting the onus on that individual, but we're really seeing folks in these communities weighing the pros and cons of the evidence, thinking about the loved ones they've lost in the pandemic, and then also the weight of the overwhelming history of racism in medicine. And so it really is a deliberation. And what we've also seen is nationally, the conversation has been about mistrust, and again, putting the onus on individuals when that mistrust is based in a long history of unethical practice and research on folks of color. But again, the current concerns with vaccine uptake, it really comes down to structural and institutional racism. It's not on the onus of people having mistrust, because having trust isn't going to give us better outcomes. There's still a lot of issues in our medical system leading to these disparities. And so a few different points can sort of help us get there. Another point in reading as well, when we talk about mistrust, we never talk about mistrust on the part of clinicians. How many folks have gone to the doctor and feel that their clinician doesn't trust them when they're telling the truth? And then there's that barrier in the reverse. And so starting with healthcare providers and trusted community members is sort of having these high touch interactions rather than high tech. One of the big barriers has been a lot of online registration that are simply inaccessible to people who need it the most. And so having these high touch interactions, going out into the community, using trusted individuals to talk about the vaccine, talk about COVID, or not talk about those and just show that they care. There's an old adage that says, when they know that you care, they'll care about what you know. And so now more than ever, it is important to put in that time and effort to show that we really do care about these communities. We acknowledge the systemic and institutional racism that has led to the disparities we're seeing, and that we want to protect them and keep them safe by making these honest recommendations for them. The other point is, meeting people where they are and not having these big and accessible mass vaccination sites that are online only, but having walk-up sites, having sites in churches, community centers, near grocery stores, wherever the people are convening. That'll be really important to helping our populations.
Thank you for that. And whoever wants to talk next can go ahead and jump in.
Well, I'll follow you, and that you talk about mistrust being kind of from this notion of the victim, that the patient's responsible. And so the bias that you just describe in the medical system and the way residents and doctors are trained. We're just beginning to have more conversation about bias. So someone doesn't kind of forget their lived experience when they become a doctor or any other health profession. And so what I believe and what I've seen be effective to some degree is this, your conversation about deliberation means people have to be informed, and that means understanding the vaccine. I know Ms. Williams is aware of the toolkit that the Department of Health and the Health Gap created so that there would be information to describe all of the vaccines, understanding the vaccine process, the clinical trial process, understanding the questions that we all hear often that sometimes don't go answered, and having that information. So I truly believe that in equipping people with knowledge and information, that's how they can come into their appointment, being able to ask the questions and be prepared to say, here are the things that are happening with me. And so the more informed, and I would imagine as a doctor, that's what you need. You'll be able to better serve. And there's only so much time in the visit. And so I think we have to kind of flip the script, I think. Yes, we do have structural and institutional racism. This time has shown us kind of this trifecta of structural and institutional racism, economic inequality, and our health disparities relative to incidence of COVID-19, as well as the vaccine distribution. So we got these three big issues. And I love the term deliberation that you use. And I think there's no other greater time than now. While we may have our strategies may differ culturally, the data that describes the impact to us is the same, is very similar, right? And so when we become a bigger voice together, and that's in the medical, that's on the medical side, that's on the community side, that's really, I love this idea of taking the lens off of individuals and putting the lens on the system, which is what we're going to have to do. So I thank you for what you shared.
Right, and if Marvin, if you'd like to jump in, I know that you have to hop off a little early today.
Yeah, and look, I think what is implicit in the conversation that we also need more Dr. Rosados, because who is a physician in that room really does matter. But and I think again, Dr. Rosado also kind of summarized it perfectly, is that it needs to be a meaningful conversation between the clinician and the patient, and not from a position where the clinician is dictating everything to the patient, right? So that level of respect is absolutely necessary. One thing that I wanted to mention as a part of this conversation is that we have to engage in that partnership. And the vice president about 3 weeks ago launched Community Core, which is a program that we're using to kind of bring all the information from the CDC, from the NIH, and all the different departments all the different divisions within the department, but also the federal government, so that we're pushing out information that is valid, correct information, because it's hard, and you all know this, right, to confront all the stuff that you see on Facebook that is misinformation.
Yes,
and so being able to provide the right information, and then making sure that right information gets to the lowest common unit. I'm Honduran. My mom, may be distrustful of the medical community, but really trusts her physician. And how many of us know a person who mistrusts their physician, but trusts their neighbor? And so making sure, again, that information is getting to people in a way that is digestible, and that you are having trust that they will provide the right message if they have the right information as part of the overall administration strategy. And so we welcome any partnership because we know that this is much more than just the government doing the work. We as a community, in order to combat this epidemic, have to work together to get to a better tomorrow.
That's right. And I certainly agree. Here in Springfield and in several other cities, trust is the factor, the common denominator here. And I have to be really honest with you. My trust level wasn't in the nurses that was there. My trust factor wasn't in the doctors that were there. My trust factor wasn't about the misinformation. My trust factor, and anyone who knows me, is just getting the needles in my arm, okay? So when I know that my community, the majority of my community trusts me. So what I had to do is just put on my big girl's clothes and get my vaccination live. And I have to tell you, it was all I had because I'm a fainter. You know, I don't want to see anything oozing out. You really have to talk to me to get that needle in. But it was a success. But I don't feel that I have met the quota, if you will. I still have a lot of work that we need to do. I really need help. Well, it's the young people that I'm concerned about now, because we have to be able to reach the young and the young moms and dads. I wanted to share this with you. I did another podcast about the MSIC that is now coming into infants. It's a form of COVID, but it's in infants. So my great granddaughter, who is 5 now, last year, she was the first in the city here to have it. There was no vaccine or anything. So we had no knowledge. The only thing we had left was prayer. And we almost lost her twice to it. So I had to do, so see, it's getting that education out to the young parents, getting the education out to our young people, because I'm telling you, I think they're from some other planet to not understand that we absolutely need to educate them in the importance of the vaccine. So while I'm sitting here, I wrote down here, I probably need to have a youth forum and bring my doctors back so they can actually hear it from them. So I agree 100% with everyone on this panel.
Ms. Williams, I just wanted to follow up to you about the young people. What I saw with when COVID first hit all of us, right, is that young people at first weren't impacted, right?
That's right.
And weren't necessarily taking all the measures as seriously, some, not all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so then when they began to get COVID-19, we were working with Radio One and still work with them. And so they were telling the DJs what they were experiencing. And so that partnership with that radio station enabled us to have those DJs have people record their experience. And so because they started talking about their experience, then testing increased. And then they helped set up sites where they wanted those sites for testing. And I know right now we're working really feverishly to see how we can really apply that same approach. We have a campaign called We Must Save Us that came out of research that we conducted for a Black and Brown community in Hamilton County that really led to addressing transparency, as well as figuring out ways to get quick video snippets and information from people who are trusted in the community. I'm not going to say it's easy, and I'm not going to say it's done. Okay. We got a long ways to go, but young people want to tell their own story.
Yes.
and I can't call myself a young person anymore. And so, so when I sit in a room and they're like, what are we going to do about the young people? I'm like, well, I don't see any young people in this room. So obviously we need to have them here.
Right.
and have them tell us. And so some of them are now getting the vaccine. So we're going to be launching this campaign that they're creating, which is very unique. And I can't really quite relate to the campaign, but it's what they think will get their peers to at least start talking about the vaccine and getting information. Like I keep saying, we have social media doctors out here. So there's people who are getting huge followings because they are talking about these conspiracies or what have you. And so we got to kind of combat that with some other ways to get those social media stories being stories from their peers about getting the vaccine, about what they are doing in this time. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
We have work to do, but.
All right, well, thank you, Renee, for sharing that. Marvin, do you have a moment to comment anymore, or do you have to hop off here?
I pushed back my engagement, so I have a couple of more minutes.
Okay, good. So one question in the comments in the Q&A is about educational programs for healthcare providers and DEI training for healthcare providers. The question here is asking how DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion training could help address some of the disparities that we see in our community?
Is definitely an important question and one that a lot of us have been asking for a long time. Unfortunately, at this point, it does seem to be sort of institution to institution in terms of how much they want to invest in that, how much they want to prioritize that. Here locally in Cincinnati, with all of our major hospital systems, it is sort of individualized to each one. I do feel fortunate to be in my residency program that has been prioritizing that for many years now and is ramping up those efforts as well with a lot of implicit bias training, a strong anti-racism curriculum. And so at least I take comfort in knowing the physicians that we are training are getting that exposure and are motivated and enthusiastic about being involved in that. But I think it is important for healthcare systems to be invested in that. The patients that they're serving, they need to be invested in giving them the best care possible. And that means having a workforce that looks like the patients that they serve, having a workforce that understands the unique challenges that they face to remove those biases and bring better health outcomes. Because we've seen in studies time and time again that some of these health disparities and the increased morbidity and mortality in our populations of color, a lot of that does come down to longstanding racism. And it's not an issue of genetics, that they're more genetically predisposed for a certain disease, for example. And so it's investing in, making that a widespread knowledge base for doctors, nurses, all other healthcare professionals, little by little. But I don't think yet that there's any broader oversight. I don't know if in the coming years, if any of the, American Medical Association or some of the other governing bodies will sort of, I don't want to say force, but like better integrate that training. Renee, any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is really demand, from AMA to the National Medical Association and to, the local medical association chapters, in Ohio, in the country, we have less than 4% Black and brown physicians. I know in greater Cincinnati alone, we have about maybe still 2.6, 2.5, right? And so the pipeline question is a huge question. My question I ask is, when it's on your board certification and you have to study and it has to be it becomes a part of the curriculum, that's when I think we're going to start, because I think it needs that level. I think it needs to begin there. You're right. Our systems each have different approaches. They all have diversity and inclusion in some way. That's a start. And frankly, it's a system, as Dr. Lofgren at UC Health always says to me, it's a marriage. And so we aren't trained in medical school specific to the things that we're talking about. And so I think the answer is maybe policy. I don't know, policy that changes the curriculum that then impacts the board certifications for doctors and other health professions. It has to be, so when we talk about systematic and structural, that means we need to look at those systems and structures and see where in that system and structure we can begin to pull back the onion and remove some of those barriers or remove some of those things that potentially have bias in them. But I see it all as an upstream opportunity, right? Because we now know this, and this is a conversation that more people are having because of what the pandemic has shown us. So now what are we going to do differently?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that, Renee. There's another question here in the chat in regards to accessibility. The question says that there are too many steps, it's too complicated. So what would you say to people in our areas that are saying that they don't have access to the vaccine, or there's too many steps, it's too difficult, it's too daunting to figure this out? Denise, how have you been combating that in your area?
Well, fortunately, we haven't had that issue. We definitely have, like I said, met people where they are. It's transportation is an issue. I made sure that the combined health district provided. There is a number that they can call to get transportation. If you can't get there, we'll come to you. Just yesterday on our FaceTime Live, the director mentioned, we can come where you live. Okay, so now I just wasn't satisfied that we had enough availability for our Black community. So now what is happening, I found out yesterday, every church, in the Black community, first of all, every church has opened up their doors. You know, we go to church online, in the parking lot. So there we're meeting them. There we can provide vaccine. Again, I'm unfortunately, I haven't had any plans with the Brown community, but we're working on that. But we have set in place vehicles where they can pick them up, or we could come to your house, however, whatever. So we have yet to have that issue come across our desk.
We did have that issue with, you know, just online access. And I know with the Black and Brown community, I know one of the things that Sukasa and Santa Maria did in Greater Cincinnati was create a video to really help people understand the steps of registration. We also understood that didn't address that concern overall. So the health gap, actually, we created a hotline, developed a campaign, and put up a number that people could call, and we would register them. So our systems were real agile in making it easier for us to actually schedule those appointments in conjunction with them. So giving us those appointments, giving the United Way those appointments. So those were the ways that we were able to overcome the barriers. I think now we're starting to see people open up and saying, walk up. We're doing an event this coming Saturday that's for the Black and Brown community, and Christ is involved, and all the hospital systems came together. They are disseminating or administering the vaccine. Our health department is receiving the vaccine, and we're making it accessible at Washington Park in our music hall ballroom. And that's open specifically to Black and Brown communities. That's the target. That's not the answer by itself, I know. Your point about the churches opening up, I think that people got frustrated in the process in the beginning. And so now so now people, I think we've reached, like looking at our numbers, we're at like 34% of vaccine in arm. And so now we got the young people, you're right. So that's a shift that we're all going to have to kind of realize that we may not have the solution. We're going to have to do something quite different.
That's right.
And registration hurdle, people don't feel that hurdle anymore, but at first they did. And so, so when you remembered, wow, I was on hold, and then you told somebody else, and you told somebody, so now people are like, hey, I got it fixed, and I got the vaccine. And so we got to get young people having the level of vaccine in arm so that they can start saying to each other, okay, I got it now. Okay.
Right.
I'm convinced that that's the way, that's what we saw happen in our initial Ohio focus of 80-year-olds, and then 65, and then 50, and it's like as more people receive the vaccine. So I think that we have to, though, remember to make sure those communication messages are built by the very people we're trying to reach.
If I may,
oh no, I'm finished.
Okay, if I may add, we had a representative in each church, and they were calling within the entire community to get folks registered. Okay, so we had a person placed, and every church took on that responsibility. All right, so therefore we was able to reach people, that way. And here we also had a statewide train-the-trainer. So we did that, and when Springfield, when we did it, I had several doctors from the main hospital, from the Rock and Horse Center that that deals with the youth and the younger folks. They were on, and I have to tell you, that was a huge success.
Well,
so I
hear that.
Yes, ma'am. We did trainer, and I think what I'm going to do now, I'm just sitting here. You guys are giving me a lot of work to consider, but we may need a trainer for the young people. Okay, because it's all adults. We need the young people to come to the table. And so with that, I would need them to meet me where I am. Meet me at the table.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, Ms. Williams, you can take that train the trainer tool we created and, maybe target, like I try to identify some young physicians or
Yes.
residents that
Yes, ma'am.
that would be willing to be a part of your information sessions. I think like that is very helpful hearing from young physicians.
Jess, could you please reach out to me? I don't listen. I did very well to even get on this by myself, and I cannot. I don't know. People say my number is in the chat. Okay, where's the chat? Did it disappear? When it's gone? So, can you just email me? We're on the same email, I believe.
Yes. You know what, Ms. Williams, I'll email you.
Okay, that'd be fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I love the connections we're making here. There's a couple of things that I want to add to the conversation is that this has also been a learning process. I was a part of this emergency when we had the first case in Virginia, at Fort Belfort, March 7th. And at the time we were asking ourselves, what is this virus? How do you contain it? Who does it impact? Is it airborne, right? And so there was so much conversation we're having to try to understand the virus itself. And we've evolved, right? We've evolved in our understanding. Now we have vaccinations that have been effective. And so it is a learning process for all of us. How do we work? Groups are working together in ways that previously they didn't know that they could work together, and so we're getting better, but we can always get better. Mm-hmm. And it's important for us to have these conversations to understand what's not working. Like right now in the administration level, we work with community health centers that reach underserved communities. The goal is to make sure the majority of Americans are within 5 miles or less of vaccine. We're doubling the number of pharmacies participating in the federal pharmacy program to expand mobile operations. We're doing federally run mass vaccination sites with the assistance of FEMA. We are increasing the number of vaccinators, right? So the vaccinators is no longer is not a barrier, so that more people that are qualified could vaccinate. We're putting more dollars to community-based organizations that serve disabled community and senior community because we know they have unique transportation challenges, right? More complex transportation challenges. But we can't pretend that we have arrived, or we can't get comfortable in the idea that we are doing better. And so, again, if there are additional barriers that anyone on this panel has seen and can help us identify, we want to work with folks because we know that the emergency looks different in the Bronx than it does in Cincinnati, than it does in Miami Beach, than it does in Smith County, Virginia. So it's making sure that we are collaborating, working with governors and mayors and tribal communities to make sure that we're reaching the hardest hit.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's actually a question in the chat directed specifically for you, Marvin. What can we expect in the next few weeks or months in terms of relief?
So we were fortunate to be able to pass the American Rescue Plan. I think right now, and I hope you're seeing this, it's kind of two lanes. One, we're working to make sure that individuals understand all the available resources that was passed through the American Rescue Plan, right? So it is having conversations about, there are additional support for individuals that are not able to pay their energy bill, for example. There are additional resources for folks who can't pay their water bill, right? It's hard to combat a pandemic that requires you to wash your hands when you don't have water to wash your hands. Mm-hmm. We are working because we know that individuals need to go back to work. How do you get childcare? A lot of childcare providers have left the market because of some of the reduction in economic activity, so the shutdowns. And so we are trying to provide temporary dollars to bring those childcare workers back into the field. And so it's that education piece, right? So making sure the individual, now that the bill has passed, is making sure that people know what resources are available to them, and also make sure that they have access to those resources. One thing is to make it available. Another thing is to make it accessible, and we acknowledge that as an administration. Then is the vaccinations, right? So it's not one day that the president does not talk about how do you increase manufacturing of the vaccine so that we have more vaccine overall, and then how do you improve the distribution channels to make sure that those vaccines are getting to people, which is kind of what I mentioned earlier, right? The mobile sites, the federally qualified centers, the pharmacies, increasing vaccinators. But as again, I think I end where I began earlier, which is that trust factor. Mm-hmm. The vaccine is only as good as when it's in someone's arm. And so ensuring that we are having those conversations with clinicians, with community members, with faith leaders, with different multilingual communities, right? To make sure that they understand they understand the positive nature of the vaccine. They can combat misinformation so that we can build those trust relationships that are necessary to vaccinate folks. And it's not, like equity takes work. I think in the last year, more than the last year, we've heard this term equity thrown around. And, it's always good to ask the follow-up question, what is equity to you? And then are you willing to work for equity, right? Because equity also means that you're having tough conversations. Equity is not as efficient, right? I mean, I think it's easy to just go to one big city and try to vaccinate, but you have to go to rural communities. You have to go to housing development communities. So it takes a lot of work. And so we are committed to that work, and we're committed to doing it with you all.
Excuse me, if I could interject. I'm Alicia Pagan. I'm State Director for LULAC, Ohio. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa, for being here, and everyone on the panel. I do have a couple of comments. One is, these connections are happening now, and we're all excited about this because it's long needed. Just getting to this place here in Ohio, because our Latino population is only 3.9. So for back in March, there wasn't a whole lot of conversation about what was going on in the Hispanic Latino community, let alone the undocumented community. Mm-hmm. So that continues to be an issue because, they're the invisible by numbers and invisible by choice. Mm-hmm. So if we're not continuing to make sure that we make connections into those communities and provide services that are welcoming to those individuals, mm-hmm. once the pandemic is, quote, under control, whatever that means, then my concern is that we'll go back to that complacency of, the connections that are here are the connections that have always been here, and we'll just go back to normal. Mm-hmm. And then our community is going to return to invisibility. No. So what are some of the things that we're putting in place to make sure that we have accountability for access and representation on these forces?
If I can say that in our situation here in Springfield, once I make that connection with the Brown community, regardless of where we go from here out of COVID, the connection will always remain. I need to have a Brown person on our executive committee. I don't have that. So what I'm going to do is work with Manuel. Oh, yes, we need to make that happen. It needs to happen like yesterday. So that is the connection that we are planning to make will be long lasting. Even after COVID, I will never lose that connection again. Once I made it, it's permanent.
Do we have that same commitment from the Department of Health?
I was taught not to commit now. Look, the answer is yes. I think there are a couple of things that we're doing. First is the kind of the Secretary of Becerra. Every conversation that we are a part of, he talks about that not only do we need to make sure that we're saying the right things, but we're doing the right things, right? That those mm-hmm. actions are backing up what we say publicly and privately. Yes. Right? So we have that as a vision statement, but also as a driving force behind the work that we do. What does that mean, right? So even when you look at some of the division within the department, he's challenging us to make sure that we're not only awarding grants to the traditional groups, but also going beyond to make sure that we're ensuring that the folks who are doing the work on the ground are the ones who are able to sub-grant or receive a grant on their own, so that they can do that work better and broader, right? So that's one. In a conversation with the CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, she is saying, look, we have a pandemic right now that is forcing us to think about things differently. But then what do we learn when we leave that pandemic, right? Because mm-hmm. social determinants mm-hmm. of health, as was mentioned earlier, have contributed to where we are. And so, yes, we will at some point be able to have this pandemic under control, but then mm-hmm. comes the next issue, right? Mm-hmm. How do we tackle hypertension? How do we tackle diabetes in these communities? Mm-hmm. We've been having these conversations and we're doing the work, but we need to, now we have a greater understanding and we know who's also doing the work. So now we can partner broader with those individuals to make sure that
yes.
In terms of the undocumented community, when I was the deputy secretary here in Virginia, it was interesting to see that this virus didn't discriminate based on immigration status, but our response did. So when you look at some of the fear that people had going into an emergency room or going to get tested, that wasn't new, right? That was because we saw instances where you had immigration enforcement around the hospital or around a place of worship. And one of the first things that Secretary Mayorkas did was say that that was not going to be something the Biden administration was going to do, right? And so I think you're right, Alicia. This is, I mean, we're going to be in the trust building business for a while.
Yes.
And people have to see that not only are we going to talk about trust, we're going to talk about equity, but that we are going to back that stuff up. And I think this administration is going to.
And thank you for those comments. And I think that once the community sees that that nationally we are making that a priority, that will translate into our communities, because we're here saying that we need this, but unless the folks higher up are recognizing that our voice is important, you know, it doesn't.
And can I not modify, but I want to add something to that sentence. You're going to see it at a national level, but we also want to work on the regional level. We want to work on the state level, and we want to work on the neighborhood level. Because I do think this is like hand-to-hand combat to some extent, right? That, like, you know, where I grew up in the Bronx, like, yeah, we thought about Washington, but we really didn't think about Washington, right? We talked about 172nd in Shakespeare, where I grew up. We talked about the other neighborhood adjacent to us. So we're going to need that help, right? Because we're the federal level. We need that neighborhood level. We're going to look to LULAC to help us with that work.
Thank you so much.
All right, we only have a few moments left here so that we can wrap up. So first, if we want to start with Dr. Rosado, if you have any final remarks or any final call to action that you would like to give for our panel and our audience here today.
Sure, definitely lots of thoughts, but I am happy about these discussions that are happening. I'm happy that we have groups coming together, focusing on equity and not equality. And I hope that this can continue and become soon a discussion about justice, because that would be the next step after equity, is removing those barriers, building better frameworks, you know, moving into a more proactive and preventative phase of health outcomes for our Black and Brown communities. And then for everyone, you know, have those discussions with your families, have those discussions with your communities, share the knowledge that you know about COVID, about the vaccine, safety and efficacy, encourage them to speak with their trusted healthcare professional. And I think that is, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rosado. Renee, if you have any final remarks or call to action.
Yes, so Dr. Rosado, I thank you for being here, and it is really important that we have greater representation of Black and Brown physicians. So encouraging our young people and really changing addressing our educational system as it relates to STEM, so that we can build some pipeline for there to be greater Black and Brown physicians and health professionals. And then I guess I want to say that we've been working with LULAC Cincinnati for now 8 years. And it has been a journey of getting to know each other. But what we have recognized is, while we may differ culturally, the advocacy and the inequities that impact our populations are the same. The response and the solutions are different, but this opportunity that we face right now in this country for Black and Brown people to come together so that we can address, as Dr. Rosado said, not so much the question of equality, but the question of removing the inequities that impact our ability to have equal opportunity for a long life in this country. And so that's my call to action, how we continue to address those factors from a policy perspective, how we get uncomfortable. And, you know, we're going to have to be very uncomfortable to get to where we all want to go. But I believe that we can do it together as a Black and Brown coalition.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Renee. Denise, if you have any final remarks and call to action.
My call to action is for the state to reach out to the Brown community. If you're not connected, I'm giving everybody 30 days to be connected. with the brown community. So that is my call to action. I need every state represented here to connect to the brown community. And I also have a question. Is LULAC something at each city? Is each city supposed to have this organization? Because if so, I never heard about it here in our city in Springfield. So that's my call to action. Do I need to get everybody started around the state? Do I need to get it started here in Springfield? Because if so, it's going to start Monday. So I just need to know that. Is it for each city?
We have 8 LULAC councils here in Ohio. We have 133,000 members around the country. So, Ms. Williams, we are going to get to know each other.
Okay, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you. And thanks for having me. This was a great panel. I appreciate everything. I love Zoom. I don't know how I'm gonna get back to reality, but I was so pleased to be asked to be on this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Denise. And then Marvin, if you have any final remarks and call to action.
It's always difficult to go after such incredible women. So no pressure. Look, I think it's been great to be a part of this gathering and have the opportunity to engage in this discussion. A year ago, more than a year ago, we were hit with COVID-19, and it has taken more than 500,000 American lives. And that can't be lost. I think I'm encouraged every day by the progress that we're making to ensure that our response is equitable, both in the distribution of vaccine, but also in the administration of vaccine. But we can't pretend like that we're there yet. And I think that we have to continue to be willing to learn, have that constructive discomfort that Renee mentioned, and also make sure that we look over and look who we can partner with. Even if we have a lot of differences, one of our unique similarities that we all want to get through this. And so please do take me up on the offer. I do want to continue to talk about this, but also work on it with you. Yes. Because we cannot pretend at the national level that we have all the answers. And I think you've already seen that.
That's right.
And so I'm looking forward to this partnership. And Alicia, you have my contact. My sister from another mister, as we say, Cindy Benavides is y'all's president, and she does incredible work. She knows how to reach me, but I want to continue to work on this with you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, wonderful. Thank you all so much. I would say my final call to action is to continue these conversations with each other in the Latino, Brown, and Black communities. My other call to action is to get the vaccine, please. As I said earlier, I work in a community health center here in Cincinnati, Ohio, and we've done lots of vaccine outreach for our patient base, which is mostly Latino and Black. Here closer to the downtown area. We've done Facebook Lives with our physicians. We've done a LULAC town hall that was sponsored by Center for Closing the Health Gap. So thank you, Renee, for that. And thank you, Dr. Rosado, for participating in that. But I think having these conversations is going to be the most important thing, having the conversation with our family members, our communities, building these bridges and helping making these connections happen. So thank you so much for all of the panelists for your valuable feedback. The Brown and Black communities can only move forward towards progress by working together. And I'm so happy to be a part of this. Thank you to the Summit Planning Committee. Alicia, you've done a ton of great work. Thank you, Senator Roberts as well, Joseph, the whole team. Thank you to our wonderful audience for your questions. I see there's a few more things popping up in the chat. We'll be sure to respond to those shortly. And we are going to take a short break before moving into the immigration discussion. So thank you all so much. I was glad to meet you all. Further questions again,
everyone,
to the chat, they are being monitored.
Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Vacúnate.
Let's keep ourselves and our families safe from COVID-19 so we can return to what we love. Medical experts and doctors recommend that we wear masks, avoid group gatherings, maintain social distance, wash our hands, get the vaccine when it's available to you. Clinical testing shows vaccines can be very effective in preventing illness from COVID-19. Go to vacunatehoy.org for more information and find the nearest vaccination location near you.
All across the country, people are coming together to speed up what we can learn about health. The All of Us research program is calling on 1 million people to join us as we try to change the future of health. For your family, for future generations, for all of us. Visit joinallofus.org and find out how you can become 1 in a million.
Health researchers are trying to learn more about diseases like arthritis, cancer, asthma, diabetes. Join the All of Us research program to share your health information. With your partnership, they will learn more faster.
Hola. On behalf of the Greater Cincinnati Closing the Health Gap, greetings from Ohio Health Disparities Coalition for the state of Ohio. I am very proud to be a part of the LULAC Summit. That summit this year is focused on the Black and Brown agenda, where we have commonality, where intersectionality meets, and how together we need to address racial inequities and injustice in the state of Ohio. Leading the health gap and moving forth our purpose to eliminate racial and ethnic health disparities, the question of the intersectionality between Black and Brown people is so apparent. When we look at the issue of health disparities in this country and our most recent evidence of those health disparities and the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on Black and Brown people across this country and in this state, we now know more than ever that the issues that we continue to fight are very similar. The impacts on our health are very similar. How we address the factors that impact our health outcomes may look different culturally, but at the end of the day, the fight is the same. We must work harder together to ensure that injustice in health is eliminated. As we look at what has happened across this country during this pandemic, it has only elevated and drawn greater light to the disparities that persist between Black, Brown, and the white population of this country. Black and Brown people have a common goal, and that is to ensure that our families, that our friends, that our colleagues all have the right and opportunity to live in this country under the laws that were created for all of us. Together, we can build a movement to focus on how we together can eliminate racial and ethnic health disparities and the injustices that continue to cause us to have the worst health outcomes in almost every disease area, to have determinant factors that contribute to those health outcomes that show disproportionate impact to us relative to unemployment, to economic stability, to education, to social constructs, to the environmental conditions in which we live every day, and to our health behaviors that are greatly impacted by where we live. In this country, where we live and the zip code we live in impacts how long we live. And that should not be in 2021. So together, through our Black and Brown agenda and our Black and Brown Coalition in solidarity, we will work together to make sure that the injustices that have caused us to have disproportionate impacts on almost every area of our life no longer exist. But it is going to take us working together in a Black and Brown agenda, a Black and Brown movement. While we may have our own individual cultural differences, the issues that affect how long we live, how we are impacted by health, persist the same for both of us. And so I see no other way for us to be able to move the needle than to join forces and work together to eliminate racial and ethnic health disparities, to eliminate structural and systematic racism, and to make our country and our state a place that we can thrive, that our families can live prosperous lives economically and in our health. Because without our health, we have nothing. So this pandemic has showed us nothing more than the fact that we have been disproportionately impacted, that we continue to be disproportionately impacted. But together, through this LULAC summit and through our ongoing efforts together, we will be the change we want to see in this state and in this country. And I am proud to have been a longtime friend and colleague and partner with LULAC Cincinnati, where we together are addressing the environmental conditions, the health behaviors, the health outcomes of Black and brown people in the greater Cincinnati region. I applaud LULAC for moving forth with this agenda and joining the forces of many across the state of Ohio to ensure that we have health equity for all. Thank you.
Hello, looks like we are live. So let me go ahead and get started here. Welcome to our panel. And This panel is immigration and racial profiling. We're going to be discussing equity and accountability, and we're going to be asking, how do we ensure equity and accountability to address racial bias in our broken immigration system and in law enforcement agencies? We'll also be discussing how do we stop the revolving door of human tragedy in our nation and at its borders. In this session, we'll bring together local, state, and national leaders to discuss important topics affecting Black and Brown communities. So with that, I'm going to introduce our panel. And when I introduce you, just go ahead and say, wave to the camera. Our first panelist is Krish O'Mara. She is the president and CEO of Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services. Welcome, Krish. Our next panelist is Kathleen Kirsch. Kathleen is an attorney for Advocates for Basic Legal Equity, or ABLE. Welcome. Our next panelist is Mayor Nan Whaley. She's the mayor of Dayton, Ohio, city of Dayton. Also, please help me welcome Chief and Director of the Dayton Police Department, Richard Bale. And also joining us is Sheriff Charmaine McGuffey. She's the Sheriff of Hamilton County. Welcome. And my name is Lydia Guzman, and I'm your host. I'm the National Immigration Chair, and I'm also, my daytime job is the Director of Advocacy and Civic Engagements for Chicanos por la Causa. Welcome, everybody.
Good morning, Lydia. If I could just interject for a moment. This is Alicia Pagan, I'm the State Director, and I wanted to provide just a little bit of context for this conversation in terms of Mayor Nan and Chief Beal and Kathleen. Chief Beal and Kathleen were a part of our original conversation back in June with our national town hall. And we in Dayton have really appreciated the collaborative work that Chief Beal and Mayor Nan Whaley have extended to our Hispanic Latino community. And so we would like for them to share some of those comments, and also to take this conversation to how we can better interact with each other in our local and our state levels as Hispanic Latino communities and as our officials, so that we can be a part of that decision-making process. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here.
And thank you for joining us in this panel, Director Alicia Pagan. So, with that, before we move over to our friends in law enforcement, I'd like to start with the mayor. Mayor Whaley, I was cruising the internet and I saw an interesting website called Welcome Dayton. And this is fascinating because every city should have something like this. Mayor, can you please share with us exactly how this started and what this is?
Well, thank you, Lydia, and thank you for having myself and Chief Beal on with Sheriff McGuffey and Kathleen and Chris here. It's great to get to talk about these issues together. Yeah, Welcome Dayton is actually something that's been programmed in our community now, I think almost 11 years. In 2009, 2010, it was this idea that we really came to from the community and the grassroots, saying what would a welcoming community look like? And it was a near 200-page document with recommendations that didn't have just to do with the city of Dayton as organization, but with the arts, with criminal justice, with all different areas, with the private sector, with education, things that, Chief Beal and I might not necessarily control, but we can encourage. And we're actually, there's a national organization called Welcoming America now that we partner with. And I'm very proud during my time as mayor that Dayton was the first certified Welcoming America city in the country. And this is an idea that other cities have taken a hold, the idea that we can really lean into the spirit of inclusivity. And in Dayton, we believe that that is the key to growth, is being inclusive. And we like to say, I think all the commissioners pretty much say that the vision of our community is that no matter where you come from, what you believe, or who you love, you are welcome in Dayton. And we think that's the real spirit that we're trying to drive in our community. And I think that spirit has paid dividends through the challenges that we've had over the past couple of years. This idea of an inclusive, welcoming place that is rooted in immigration, but has expanded to all different parts of our community.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to turn over to Krish. Krish, you're the president and CEO of Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services. And I know that recently the White House has announced that there will be an increase. The President Biden will be increasing the number of refugees that we'll be receiving. Can you explain to us a little bit about how that, the number of fluctuation and how that's happened?
Yeah, and it's a very timely question because there was a lot of attention paid to this yesterday when the White House made announcements. So when it comes to refugee resettlement, the president has essentially unilateral authority to decide what the target is, which can be good and bad. Because what we saw in the last 4 years was President Trump came in and slashed the number from 110,000 to ultimately 15,000 last year. And the immigration advocate community had been, encouraging President Biden to fulfill his pledge, which was to increase the number of refugees, the target to 125,000. So yesterday was bittersweet. Unfortunately, President Biden has kept the number at 15,000. So that's actually the President Trump level. But what the White House announced was that they were going to remove the very restrictive and discriminatory rules that the Trump administration had put in place, which prevented refugees from Somalia and Yemen and Syria from coming to the US. And so it does provide immediate relief to some families. But the truth is, we have the worst refugee crisis in the history of the world. And so for us to rely on Trump level figures is unsettling. So this is going to be an issue we will continue to advocate for the White House to show global leadership, because if we don't do more, we can't ask other countries to step up.
Wow, interesting. And so, Kathleen, I'm pivoting over to you, Kathleen, because I know that as we place refugees and also asylum seekers and other, immigrants, as they come into our communities and they're working, there are times when, labor laws. I know that the next panel will be discussing labor laws, but I've seen stories where there are employers who won't pay or refuse to pay either minimum wage or overtime. And many of them claim that migrants don't have rights. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that?
Sure. Well, again, thank you also, Lydia and Alicia, for having me. That is a huge problem that we see throughout the country. The organization that I work for advocates for basic legal equality. We represent most of the migrant farm workers in the state of Ohio. And it is true that many employers sometimes will employ people they know are undocumented and hold that over their heads. But it is important to know that the Constitution protects everyone. It's supposed to regulate the government, not people, in the sense that it should protect individuals from the government and from overreach. So it is something that we have to constantly combat, this notion that people who are undocumented don't have rights, whether it be freedom from discrimination or in the workplace. It is true that people who are undocumented frequently don't have work authorization, but it's not always the case. And what we do see sometimes is employers not only discriminating against people or treating them poorly because they're undocumented, but also we see people who are employers treating people who are not citizens or permanent residents differently, which is for almost all employers is unlawful. So there can be quite a bit of grounds for discrimination there. And unfortunately, with the sort of anti-immigrant climate that we've seen in the previous administration, immigrant workers have felt very scared to come forward and report rights violations. So it's become a huge problem.
Well, thank you for that. And that leads me to Chief Bale. Chief, just like Kathleen was mentioning, many times the migrant community, they're afraid to call the police. We see that not only in the migrant community, but also I've also heard it in our friends in the African American community. when someone is afraid to call the police when they're a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime, share to us a little bit about the impact, what that does to the community.
Well, thank you. I've said repeatedly when asked questions very similar to this, if you want crime to grow, just have the community either unwilling or unable to communicate to police, and particularly if it's based on fear or distrust of police. So policing is fundamentally relational, and there's a requirement or a need for the members of the community and police to work together, first and foremost, to prevent crime, which should be all of our our primary mission, but also when crimes occur to in fact solve those crimes, because there's a need for reparation for victims in many cases, whether it's from property loss or personal injury. So establishing policies that certainly would encourage that kind of cooperation is crucial as it relates to members of our immigrant community. One of the first barriers, in fact, it was the first concern that was raised to my attention from the community. I had not even been chief a month. And I quote, this is a quote from one of the emails I got: "The continuing arrests are causing near panic in some parts of East Dayton. Yesterday, a family pulled their children out of a neighborhood school because they believe that the police are hunting for undocumented Latino drivers when they drop their children off and pick them up after school." And I was stunned when I received that. And I thought, this can't be true. I mean, I was so shocked to hear this. But, I did what I do, is I do research, and we got into the data. And we found out is that the arrests of Hispanic Latino members of the community were very small in number, but often they resulted in deportation. And more often than not, it was for traffic related offenses, not crimes. So the first thing I did is change our arrest policy for traffic violations to restrict the circumstances in which a person can be arrested. In essence, for a first-time offense, they shall not be arrested, they should be cited. And that radically changed not only hundreds and hundreds of arrests across our entire community, not just members of our immigrant community. So it really made it less intrusive into the freedom of members of our community across the population, but it also prevented the adverse impact of potential deportation for a traffic offense.
Well, thank you, Chief. This is very important, and I want to pivot over to Sheriff Charmaine. Sheriff, when we've seen abuses, and we've seen different law enforcement agencies that sometimes sign MOUs with immigration, with DHS, programs like 287G. Tell us, does your department have a 287G? If so, or if and if not, why is that important for you?
We do not have an MOU with immigration. We are not cooperating on ICE on any type of agreements. What I have dictated as the sheriff is we will only honor warrants that are actually signed by a judge. Prior to this, what ICE was doing was collaborating with the deputies here in the jail. And when someone was brought in that was undocumented, ICE was being called, and then wheels were set into motion for those agents to come down here, sometimes get the people on the phone who are undocumented and pretend to really be social service agencies so that they can find out information about other members of the family, where they're staying, and so on and so forth. And then those were some consequences. The other thing they were doing was allowing ICE to come in to our jail, oftentimes late in the morning, late at night, and take people from our jail, take them into custody, and we never see them again. No one does. And even to the point where people were coming down and posting bonds for these people. And then after the bond is posted, after all of that process, as they're waiting for the person to come out, someone finally comes down and tells them, yeah, we don't have that person anymore. That person, ICE came and took them. So it was quite horrific to me in the way that it was being handled. very underhandedly behind the scenes, and we put a stop to that. I put a stop to that immediately. So the word has gone out, and that we are only honoring what is the detainer signed by a judge, and also that we are rewriting our immigration policy. We're writing our policy to reflect those behaviors that we will be bound to.
Thank you, Sheriff. And let me pivot back over to Kathleen. Kathleen, now sometimes we see that law enforcement officers, we've heard of racial profiling. The county where I'm from, we had an infamous Sheriff Joe Arpaio who was famously he called himself America's toughest sheriff, but his reputation was based on the fact that he was racially profiling. He was targeting immigrants. Now, from the community standpoint, when that is happening with like other law enforcement agencies, and we have viewers from across the country, what can a community do to protect themselves from racial profiling?
Well, I think the first thing that a community can do is to try to get involved with their local government to make those connections. There are, there are situations where not everybody's as lucky as in Hamilton County have Sheriff McGuffey. I mean, there are many sheriffs throughout the country who do wish to enforce immigration law, which of course is, in case I always say the one thing people should take from me today is you should know that immigration law is a civil infraction, it's a civil code. There are criminal provisions, but the vast majority of it is civil. Being in the United States without status is a civil infraction. It's a violation of the Immigration and Nationality Act. So let me just say that first. But I think in terms of racial profiling, typically where I have seen it in my career as being a big problem is where you have law enforcement agencies that really have a narrative from their own internal culture, from my perspective, of immigrants as criminals or immigrants as drug traffickers, or immigrants as all immigrants are alien smugglers. And so they think that, or immigrants, being here without status is a crime. And so I think working with law enforcement and making connections in your local community to the chiefs, to the sheriffs, but to also your mayor, your city council, your city commission is a really good way to promote the narrative that immigrants are humans. They're people like us. They have families. They are, there are people who are immigrants who are criminals, but the vast majority are not. In fact, I think statistics show that there have a lower percentage of criminal acts that occur in immigrant populations than non-immigrant populations. So I think that's the biggest way to combat racial profiling. And I think also for those of us who do not consider ourselves part of the immigrant community, something that we can do is to reach out to people in those communities and let them know that we support them. Because when these acts do happen, if there are certain law enforcement agencies that are problematic, that are profiling people because they think they're immigrants, reporting that to the people in power, filing lawsuits if you need to as a last resort, are ways to combat racial profiling.
Thank you, Kathleen. And you mentioned something important about reaching out to the mayor and to the commissioner, city council, in whatever community you're in. I know that recently, and this question is to Mayor Whaley. The commissioners recently passed a resolution on anti-Asian hate. Because I know that some of the things that Kathleen was mentioning with respect to some of the stereotypes. A lot of the stereotypes, we heard a lot of them in the last 4 years about being smugglers, about being whatever, but there's also a lot of stereotypes and a lot of hate that was based towards the Asian American community. Can you talk to us a little bit about that resolution?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Lydia, I think for the City Commission and for our leadership at the City of Dayton, again, being inclusive doesn't mean standing silent when anyone is discriminated against. And, we've heard stories from across our city of folks that have shared their stories about the discrimination that they felt in our community. And What happened nationally, I think just a lot of times we've seen this with the Floyd murder and in other places, it stokes what's happened to you locally. And so it is really important, I think, when things do happen nationally, that local communities stand up and speak out about what they're for and what they're against. And I have to be honest. I think we have a really great city commission, and they really drive this. They're the ones that put the resolution together. It is universally accepted by the commission, but it takes a commissioner doing that work, saying we've got to stay this and take the time to do it. And I think when folks are deciding who they support for local office, their state office, ask yourself, who are the people that are going to be proactive in your work, not just silent or all right. Because that's, I think to Kathleen's point about how we need folks to reach out to the immigrant community, the same is true on your local elected officials. Just because they're all right doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be an advocate for you when your community is feeling pain. And I'm really proud of the Dayton City Commissioners. They really do that, and in all different ways. And that's what you're really looking for, I think, in good elected local leadership.
Thank you, Mayor. And Krish, I know that you've been monitoring the pieces of legislation, hoping that we can have some sort of immigration reform. It's been broken up. The president's plan, I think, has been broken up, and we're seeing pieces with for the Dreamers and also for ag workers, farm workers. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? And when do you think we might have immigration reform?
Yeah, Lydia, it's a great question. And I do think day by day, we're seeing changing dynamics. It was really heartening since Inauguration Day when you saw President Biden make clear early on that immigration reform is a top priority for his administration. So we saw executive action, as well as you noted, the introduction of the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. I think it's important that the administration is addressing, the capacity issues, how much of the system was decimated in the last 4 years, but also acknowledging that the system was broken, even before 4 years ago. I think there's been a recognition of the root causes of, migration. There has been, some policies broadening the legal migration avenues, such as green cards for DACA and temporary protected status for those fleeing from disaster-ravaged nations, as well as a pathway to citizenship for the nearly 11 million undocumented. But we also need to see things like a reduction of the visa backlog for so many who are waiting for relief. But the truth is, there are going to be some constraints. So just very quickly on the politics and Congress. So the 117th Congress comprises a Democratic-led House and obviously a 50-50 split in the Senate, with Vice President Harris being the tiebreaker. So ultimately, it is going to be about advancing Democratic-led initiatives. But that said, there has been bipartisan support for immigration legislation. So, take the Dream and Promise Act, for example, which would provide enforcement relief and a path to residency and citizenship for Dreamers, those with temporary protected status, as well as individuals with what they call DED status. So this is deferred enforcement departure status. The legislation did garner bipartisan support to the extent that, we're seeing any bipartisan support. So 9 Republican members voted yes in the House. And so that's where, I am hopeful and trying to be optimistic, just because when you look at the history of some national legislation, you have seen bipartisan support. It takes, some years back, when you look at the Refugee Act of 1980, for example, right, that passed unanimously. I don't think we're going to get that in the Congress we're seeing today, but this is where I do think that, having these conversations, seeing states like Ohio, which are obviously very competitive, are incredibly important in terms of how this plays out. I do think that the U.S. has an opportunity to return to being a land of opportunity, a country where people flee, but that we recognize that this isn't just good for the immigrants. This is good for the country.
Indeed, this is good for the country. And, I want to pivot back to our friends in law enforcement, because until we have immigration reform, we've seen over and over again, not only in Ohio, but in other agencies across the country, where immigrants are the target. Sometimes they're targeted by abusive law enforcement agencies. And I'd like to ask you, Sheriff, what recourse does someone have when they encounter a law enforcement officer who is abusive towards this person?
Sheriff, you're muted still. I like to say that on every panel. It's one of my things.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. We're committed to addressing that in a very holistic way. And by that, I mean, we have a community affairs division that I created. And the community affairs division we're building it from the ground up, literally. I put a major in charge of that division, the first Black woman to hold the rank of major in the history of our department. And she was promoted there by me for this purpose. She has an extensive career in law enforcement and the jail. And she is creating a phone bank where people can call in to our community affairs with any questions, any help they need. And real life people are actually answering the phone, getting back to people, making sure that all of those questions are answered. Secondly, we are reaching out to Black and brown communities. We have a community here called Lincoln Heights, and that community is overwhelmingly Black, and they struggle. We are assigning deputies to that community to actually go in on a social level and interact with the residents and bring change to that community. The other thing I just recently did, there's a project down here called Project Willows. The Willows is a large apartment complex that houses many immigrants, undocumented people, Guatemalans, and so forth. I connected to them quite by happenstance on the campaign trail. I was asked, I happen to have a truck, and I was asked to deliver food. And sure, why not? I enjoy that. So I began delivering food to the Willows, picking it up from the free store and taking it with my truck. And I enjoyed it so much that I just kept doing it. It wasn't a campaign thing, wasn't anything about that. I didn't wear my campaign gear, wasn't all of that. I just kept doing it. Well, then I became, of course, familiar with the organization. And what I've done recently is embedded a deputy. We are just now working on this. He is going to be assigned to that project full time. So he will be working on they're working on many different levels: education, transportation, food delivery, and he will have every access to this department to help them with anything we can, bring to them. So we're going to assign him a truck so he can continue that food delivery. He is going to be embedded in their educational processes and just embedded in that entire community and process, so we can begin to understand and create that relationship.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff, for your amazing work. And Chief, so this question is for you, Chief, because I know that other law enforcement agencies there in Ohio, like Butler County, where complaints have been filed, has your department been involved in doing some work proactively so that we know that some law enforcement agencies have brought back all of the officers to do implicit bias training, but we've heard the stories of excuse me. So we've heard the stories of Barbecue Becky, where people are calling the police as a way to harass or intimidate communities of color. Without consent decrees, is your department doing anything to proactively stop those types of harassments or those types of activities?
Well, I'll go back to 2008. What I just mentioned earlier was looking at a disparate impact for traffic enforcement and its impact on an immigrant community. Followed that pretty quickly about a year or so later about not asking victims or witnesses of crime immigration status, subsequently restricting the contact of ICE is involving any criminal investigation where we think the individual responsible for the crime may be undocumented, and on and on and on. We were kind of the earlier lead, I would say, on at least a part of that foundation of Welcome Dayton as it emerged, because I asked a very diverse group of our community to come together and help shape our hate crime policy, and that was probably in 2010. And Abel has worked with us to, actually it was Jessica Ramos, Katie's former colleague, who helped write our policy on immigration enforcement and understanding the various types of legal status that individuals may have. So we built partnerships with community members, with advocacy agencies. We've worked with advocacy agencies. Catholic Social Services is the epicenter of refugee settlement here in Dayton. So we are a part of the orientation for refugees coming to the Dayton community. We introduce them to Dayton Police Department, speak usually specifically on some traffic laws that may be the focus of an encounter with a member of Dayton Police Department, but also cover various different topics. So we do ongoing outreach and programs, obviously, with various immigrant community groups in the city of Dayton. And that's been going on over a decade. And there's more and more and more I can speak to. This has been a lengthy history, and Mayor's been there for the entire journey. So she certainly can speak to the things the commission have done. Also, in fact, the commission, which was remarkable, really adopted a leadership on this issue before I even arrived, about the adoption of the matricular consular card as a form of accepted identification for law enforcement. That may have been the only form of identification a person may have that there's confidence in the reliability of the identification. That was done by the commission before I even arrived.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. I'd like to go around with the panelists to give us some advice for some action alerts, because there's something that we can all do to participate, to make our communities better, to have a better relationship with our law enforcement agencies, but at the same time, to also pass immigration reform. So let me start with you, Krish.
It is also a great question, because I think so many people turn on the TV today and they realize that this is an ongoing issue and they're wondering how they can play a part. So depending on the issue that kind of moves you the most, there's always a way to act. When it comes to refugee resettlement, as was just mentioned, there are ways in which you can work through, whether it's Catholic Charities, Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service. A lot of this work is time intensive. And so volunteer, help drive a new refugee to an English as a second language class, help them navigate public transportation, be a mentor to a refugee child who may be having some trouble as they integrate into a new community. Obviously, a lot of us are tuned into what's happening at the southern border. And the truth is that even if you're in Ohio, not a bordering state, so many of the unaccompanied kids, their sponsors are all across the country, including in Ohio. And so one of the programs that has garnered a lot of interest in the last month is our transitional foster care program. So this is a program where people can open their homes and hearts to an unaccompanied child as we're reunifying them with their sponsor. There's other programs like Hope for the Holidays, which is usually around either like Mother's Day or the winter holiday season. But you can even write a card to someone who's in detention so that they know that it's not the hostility of the system that they may be feeling day in and day out, that there are people out there who care deeply. And then the final piece is obviously advocacy. Lydia, you asked the question about how do we, whether it's piecemeal or holistic, immigration reform has to happen. And so knowing that people care, that it isn't just kind of the fear-mongering and xenophobic people that are speaking out and reaching out to their members of Congress, state and local leaders, I think is really important. So find ways in which you can speak truth, that you can kind of help people know the facts. So much of what we're hearing is just the fear mongering using fictitious, statistics, even this idea of like immigrants as criminals or as job takers. None of that is actually true. So, please stay in touch with organizations like those represented on the panel, because I know that, speaking from LIRS's perspective, we are regularly putting out just the basic information so people know who immigrants are, why there's so many, why they're so important to communities like Dayton and states like Ohio, and how they can get engaged.
How they can get engaged. And I think that's an important question. How can we get engaged? Kathleen, I turn to you. What are your final words and how can we become involved?
Sure. Well, just to repeat a point I made earlier, I do think getting engaged with your local community, your local elected officials, getting engaged with groups that engage with law enforcement and making that connection and making your voices as a resident of wherever you live known, and your opinions on the matter, particularly to your elected officials, as Mayor Whaley mentioned, is really important because immigration reform, those of us who've been doing immigration advocacy for a long time have been waiting for immigration reform since 1986, really, and because that's the last time anything major happened. So we have to think locally because we can't always wait on the federal government to solve all the problems. Now, the federal government does need to solve immigration reform. They do need to pass it. I'm not saying they don't, but part of the reason, what Chief Beal and Mayor Whaley have done that's been so great with Welcome Dayton and some of the policies Chief Beal's enacted has been because so much does depend on the local issues. So not only getting involved with your elected officials and making your passions, your stance on immigrants' rights known, but also reaching out to local immigrant communities. I live in a neighborhood of Dayton, in a pretty small neighborhood, and I have like 8 different houses in my neighborhood that are immigrants. We saying hi to them on the walk, asking them how they're doing, listening to their problems. And when you do hear of people having problems, stand up for them. If you hear about racial profiling, contact an organization like ABLE, like the ACLU. All of our racial profiling cases, we have several against Ohio State Highway Patrol because of their, what we would argue is unconstitutional collaboration with Border Patrol along the northern border of Ohio. All of those have come from community members who chose to speak out and get involved in their communities and learn about what's happening, because there has been such a fear of reporting crime generally in the past, especially in the past few years, but just generally speaking. So touching base with your community, making your voice known, also contacting your senators and congressmen regarding immigration reform as well. Something Ms. O'Mara said that I think is really important is she touched on the fact that the people who are anti-immigrant seem to have, it feels sometimes like they have the loudest voices, but I, in my heart, do not believe they are the majority. And so we have to work to make our voices known and to change the narrative of otherization of immigrants that it has been really fueled by the past 4 years. And I think we have a unique opportunity now to shift that cycle, but it starts with all of us getting involved locally.
Wow, thank you, Kathleen. Mary Whalen.
I think Kathleen and Krish said it really, really terrifically. I also want to encourage, to think of the businesses that you go to, the place that you may work, ask questions like, do they offer their paperwork in the languages that are important in your community? Like, there's tons of work for sure to advocate to your local elected officials, state and federal, but there is ways to make impact with the business community as well. And so don't forget them either. I found, this is a great place where, I think businesses like to hear that people are being pro-immigrant too, and it just emboldens them to take action as well. So I just would encourage everyone to use their voice, frankly, on this issue, because I agree with Kathleen. I believe that the really loud voices on this issue are not in the majority, but we do need people to stand up and to use their voice as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, we're looking at finding ways to rebuild relations with the community. Give us your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that some of the things we've already mentioned, it's about community engagement, community contact. So whether that's us working with Catholic Social Services or ABLE, neighborhood associations, attending community events, getting to know our community personally and having them get to know us, that's really crucial. The other thing is, I kind of go back a little bit, you said if someone has a complaint about bias, I mean, remember the first complaint I got, which I mentioned here, came from a community advocate. So if individuals don't feel comfortable coming forward to the police department to raise issues of bias, go to an advocate organization like ABLE, Catholic Social Services, or go to our city commission, who have been very proactive on this issue for 2 decades. So go to some other entity that you do trust to raise that issue. I'm so grateful, and I know the person personally who sent this to me. So I knew them, they knew me. I didn't know them well because I had only been here for about a month. But the fact is, I took it very, very seriously. So somebody was in an advocate position for the community, reached out to me, and that changed the course of my entire tenure as chief in my substantial engagement in this issue of immigration policy and what is the appropriate role for local law enforcement. What can be done that needs to be done is consistent practices and policy across organizations, because not every police agency in Montgomery County has the same policies and practices as the Dayton Police Department, although probably a dozen or more members of them have adopted, in essence, a policy, but not everybody. And it's one thing for members of our immigrant community to have a contact with Dayton Police, understanding how we are going to do what we do and the way we're going to engage in enforcement or not. But then you cross a jurisdictional boundary in the next jurisdiction, it's a completely different experience. So there has to be a consistency of practice, and that can only be done at the federal and or state, or at least at a regional level. Every police department, every sheriff, every chief across this country for more than a decade have had to craft their own path through the difficult issues of immigration policy and the appropriate role for local law enforcement. They all have to craft it with their own understanding and understanding their community. That's not a good way to manage a national issue.
Thank you, Chief. And Charmaine, we're part of the same community. We live together. We many times we worship in the same buildings. Our children go to school together. How can we have a better relationship with our law enforcement agencies?
Well, I do think it is all about community engagement, and I think it is the responsibility of law enforcement across this region to reach out. That is where we need to begin the conversation. We need to show up, and we need to show up as the right people. And what I mean by that is, we need to start educating our law enforcement people from leadership down. This is the way we want you to interact with the immigrant community. These are the things we want you to say and do. And it has to be very structured because, quite frankly, law enforcement officers are very used to policy and procedure. And as you outline that policy and procedure, and that is a focus of the sheriff, of the leader of the law enforcement organization, that is where you're really going to have some significant and empathetic interaction. And I do applaud Mayor Nan Whaley and Chief Beal because, again, you can start feeling like I have, like you're on an island out here, and the more partners we can have, particularly in this close proximity, the more powerful we become in the ways that we can push some of those more progressive reforms that are necessary. So, I do applaud them for their courage and fearlessness because, just as the chief alluded to, there are sheriffs and there are police chiefs and so forth who are on the opposite side of this issue. It is my goal in my tenure to prove to the community through our actions, our overt actions, that my approach to the immigration issue is much better than the approach of a sheriff who is bordering my county, who I think you all know who I'm talking about. I'm going to prove this is what happens on the other side when you do it the other way. And that's my goal.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I know that time is almost up, but I just wanted to show you this book. So this book is called Driving While Brown. Okay, this book details the 10 years it took to collect evidence for a community. Actually, it was a coalition of community organizations, faith, labor, students that came together to collect evidence and to put together a strong case. Because sometimes it was the same community who say, we need to make it better. The only way to do it is to get involved. And so just so you know, I'm really shy about saying this, but it does depict, I did do most of the work. So it is a story about me. However, it was a coalition that did this, okay? And the coalition was headed by me. LULAC is the one who actually put this together. So you can say LULAC took down America's Toughest Sheriff because a sheriff and a law enforcement agency cannot attack the community that they absolutely serve. And as a result of this, we are now part of making sure that this law enforcement agency and other law enforcement agencies have a better relationship by becoming involved. We're involved in every step of the way. And that's what I'm hoping that we can do nationwide. These law enforcement agencies, we're part of the same community. And I'll repeat again, we go, the cop that pulled me over is probably the cop that, his kids go to school with my kids. We probably worship in the same places. We probably shop at the same places. So we are part of the same community. And it's important that we participate to make our law enforcement agencies a better part of our community. And with that, it is 11:30. Thank you everybody for participating in this conversation. And thank you so much, Director Alicia Pagan, for allowing us this opportunity. She's been very involved, and we hope that we can continue to participate and reach out to our members of LULAC. Thank you.
Let's keep ourselves and our families safe from COVID-19 so we can return to what we love. Medical experts and doctors recommend that we wear masks, avoid group gatherings, maintain social distance, wash our hands, get the vaccine when it's available to you. Clinical testing shows vaccines can be very effective in preventing illness from COVID-19. Go to vacunatehoy.org for more information and find the nearest vaccination location near you.
All across the country, people are coming together to speed up what we can learn about health. The All of Us research program is calling on 1 million people to join us as we try to change the future of health. For your family, for future generations, for all of us. Visit joinallofus.org and find out how you can become 1 in a million.
Health researchers are trying to learn more about diseases like arthritis, cancer, asthma, diabetes. Join the All of Us research program to share your health information. With your partnership, they will learn more faster.
Hola, hello. I'm so honored and excited to be here participating in the summit today. I'm Judge Marilyn Zayas, and I serve in Ohio's 1st District Court of Appeals, and I am a fellow Latina. I want to share with you a story. I love working with students, and I've been working with students ever since I took the bench in 2016. When COVID hit us all and everything shut down and it became difficult for me to work with students, one day I decided, I'm going to call the current president of the Latinx Law Student Association. That conversation really touched my heart and rocked my world. What she shared with me is that the Latino students were feeling very doubtful and very dubious about their future. They were questioning whether this chosen career, this legal career, was going to accept them. And this really hurt my soul. And I realized, Marilyn, you're the highest ranking Latina judge in this region. You have to get involved. If there's anyone that can really change this and make a difference for these students, it is you. So we immediately moved into action. We put together an event, a chat with 2 Latina unicorns. It included my friend who is in-house counsel at Procter & Gamble, and the students were energized. They were so inspired. They received all kinds of wonderful information about not only our career paths and our background, but also just information on how to study best. It was a wonderful event. I also met with the president of the Black Law Student Association, and he shared with me some of the issues that they were facing, and there were some similar situations. For the Black Law students, they were really not seeing themselves in the judiciary and had not had meaningful access to the judiciary. So we did a collaborative event between the Latinx and the Black Law Student Associations of the University of Cincinnati, recognizing our shared heritage. There were 8 judges throughout the state of Ohio that participated, 2 at my level at the Court of Appeals, the others at the trial court levels. We opened it up to other law students, and even though this was something that was put together quite quickly, let me tell you, we had students from University of Cincinnati Law School, from Ohio State, from UK, and from Northern Kentucky University Law School. So we had students throughout both states and judges throughout the state of Ohio, and it was an absolute success. Why is this important? You know, it's very difficult for a student and for a young person to really see themselves in certain positions of authority if they don't see anyone that looks like them in those positions of authority. The next thing that we're doing is a statewide event for the Latinx students, and that will be statewide, all the law schools to organize an event that will take place during Hispanic Heritage Month. I will tell you, for myself growing up, you know, I grew up in the 70s and the 80s. There really there weren't any Latino role models outside of my neighborhood, but, you know, in positions of power and positions of authority that I can look up to. My first time that I really felt the power of Latinos in leadership was actually through LULAC. LULAC has been an inspiring rod for me throughout my inception of engaging with them, even up to now, as I sit here on the bench. I think about all of those leaders that I met and how they inspired me, and I saw them walk with such confidence and such purpose, and made me realize, like, si se puede, I can too. And that's really what it's all about. It's about passing the baton to the next generation so that they can really actualize that si se puede, yes they can, that, and by seeing folks that are similar to them, that si se puede. So if that little, you know, New Yorican girl growing up in New York City can make it to the Court of Appeals, I'm currently the highest ranking Latina judge in this region. I am also the most senior judge at my Court of Appeals. And so if I can be here, then whatever anyone dreams to do, whatever they aspire to do, if they decide that it is for them, it is for them. And it's for no one to ever tell them otherwise. So have a wonderful summit. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate. God bless, and take care.
Hello, welcome to the fourth and final session for today. This has been an amazing day of conversation on equity for all, and we thank you all for being here. As we go into this last session, I want to introduce our very special guest for our summit this year, Señora Dolores Huerta. Dolores Huerta is president and a community organizer. Dolores is a labor leader and community organizer who has worked in civil rights and social justice for over 50 years. In 1962, she and Cesar Chavez founded the United Farm Workers Union. She served as vice president and played a critical role in many of the union's accomplishments for 4 decades. In 2002, she received the Puffin Nation $100,000 prize for creative citizenship, which she used to establish the Dolores Huerta Foundation. DHF is connecting groundbreaking community-based organizing to state and national movements to register and educate voters, to advocate for education reform, bring about infrastructure improvements in low-income communities, advocate for greater equality and equity for the LGBT community, and create strong leadership development. She has received numerous awards, among them Eleanor Roosevelt Human Rights Award from President Clinton in 1998. In 2012, President Obama bestowed Dolores with the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award in the United States. 2001 US Today Woman of the Century, and Glamour's Woman of the Year Award, and recently LULAC's Lifetime Achievement Award. Without any further ado, I introduce Dolores Huerta, my hero.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Thank you for inviting me to join this wonderful conference. I've been with you all day and I am so impressed. I just have to say to you, I think it's really very informative. And I'm glad that you included labor rights as part of your conference because we know this is such an important issue. We know that without the labor unions, we would not have a way to be able to increase wages for workers because when labor unions increase wages, they kind of set the standard for the rest of the area. Without labor unions, we would not have a middle class in the United States of America. And without labor unions and without that middle class, we would not have a functioning democracy in the United States of America. So we always have to remind people because we know that unfortunately we do not have enough education about labor rights and workers' rights in our country. This needs to be included in our curriculums along with ethnic studies and women's studies, that we do have to have something about labor studies because people do not realize that without labor unions, we would not have Social Security. We would not have workers' compensation. The 8-hour day, you know, I always like to remind people that it was in Chicago, Illinois, that May Day started and that people were fighting for just an 8-hour day, something that all of us enjoy. And that we have weekends, but they don't realize that the people that fought for the right for workers to have an 8-hour day, that they were executed. And I think none of us even know who their names were. But this is something that needs to be taught in all of our schools. So, you know, I guess I'm kind of going off ahead of what I should be doing because I know you're introducing the rest of the panel. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dolores. And before I introduce our moderator, I want to welcome Lori Barreras, who is Civil Rights Chair for Ohio, Jeff Winsing, Vice President for NEA, or I should say, I'm sorry, OEA, Ohio Education Association. Gave you a little promotion there, Jeff. And Melissa Cropper, President, Ohio Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO. I thank you all for being here. Tom, we look forward to a lively conversation.
Well, thank you, Alicia. Dolores, I understand through a birdie that you had a birthday recently?
Yes, I did. I think LULAC and I are the same age.
Ah, so we wish you a happy birthday.
We beat you by 1 year.
Ah, okay. Well, I appreciate it. And thank you for all the work that you've done. And I'm sure the nation is better because of the work that you've done.
Absolutely.
And those are the heroes and sheroes that we stand on their shoulders today. And so thank you for the lifetime commitment. Let me ask each of you, and I'll ask you to first respond to what Dolores said. Any thoughts that you may have on her comments. So let's do about 2 minutes on responding. And Lori, I'll start with you, then I'll go to Jeff and then Melissa.
Wow, thank you for having me here today. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the commission. We're very proud of this organization, all the work you do. Wow, I can see how Ms. Huerta, Dolores, my hero for sure, all the work you've done could not have been possible. I was thinking about my little sister. She worked for the Cesar Foundation, Chavez Foundation in Phoenix. So I know very much about all of the great work that happens there. Thank you.
Jeff?
Yes, I'd just like to say good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to LULAC for my invitation, and thank you, Dolores, for all the work that you've done. Yes, that I believe we're going back to a philosophy that the middle class and unions have made this country strong and built this country, and I'm glad to see that there is an emphasis placed on that once again by our president, who's in the White House, so I think that'll continue to spread that philosophy. But as a vice president of the Ohio Education Association, I'm excited about and to tell you about some of the work that's going on in Ohio with our association in terms of our advancement of equity in our attempts to do that in public education. We have far too long forgot about all of our students, and namely the Black and Brown students that we have. And I think that this pandemic has highlighted the inequities, and I believe it is time, which is long overdue, to help advance all of our students and help them succeed and learn in our system. And we're going to make it better for all of our students, educators, students, for everyone.
Thank you, Jeff. Melissa?
Thank you. And again, I would like to say thank you for the invitation to speak at LULAC. And Ms. Huerta, it's just such an honor to be on the same Zoom with you. I did not grow up in a labor family, and so my labor history has not always been very deep. But I have been over the past few years reading more and more about labor history, and particularly about women in labor history. And of course, Ms. Huerta, you play a prominent role in all that. And I look back over the course of time and the way that women and people of color have played such a prominent role, and often fighting against labor itself to extend labor rights to both women and people of color. And because of their efforts, we are a stronger union today, and we need to continue to grow stronger and stronger. So I appreciate your comments about unions. It is collective bargaining that ensures some degree of fairness amongst workers. We still have work in terms of creating more diversity amongst our leadership. But at least with the collective bargaining, with collective bargaining in place, we can make sure that workers who fall under that collective bargaining contract have the same rights, the same pay, et cetera. And that's why we need to make sure that we continue to expand those rights across the country. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here and have this conversation.
Thank you, Melissa. Lori, let me come back to you. I don't think many people know of the Ohio Civil Rights Commission. You and I both had the pleasure of serving on the commission. So maybe just tell us a little bit about the work of the Civil Rights Commission and how work discrimination comes under or plays into the work you do at the commission.
Yeah, thank you. We miss Senator Roberts forever. He was there when I started, and he left us, but we continue to stay in touch. So the Civil Rights Commission enforces discrimination laws both in employment, housing, and financial matters, so credit reporting. We've been around longer than the EEOC, formed before the Title VII was written in 1964. It went into play, so we adopted federal law, and we enforce discrimination in all of those areas. Interestingly, during the COVID year, I wanted to track those cases that came in over the past year because of a COVID reason, alleging some kind of, in COVID, it's either disability or discrimination treated differently because of your race, color, accent. And so we track those. About 10% of our total cases this past year came in with a COVID-related concern. And so they're currently being worked, and all of our staff didn't skip a day. They just went into teleworking, investigating cases using computers, telephones, and everything else. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And I know the work, and I don't know that many people in Ohio know about the work. In Ohio is one of the best civil rights commissions. I think there are civil rights commissions in most states. Is that correct, Lori?
That's right. And we are the second largest. We work through HUD and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Yeah.
So we're basically a state agency being paid by the feds to do the work.
Yeah, I say that because I don't know, there are several other states on the call, and we'll just make sure people know that it's just not in Ohio that has an Ohio Civil Rights Commission. So if you think your rights have been violated, check out your state to see where your local or regional or area Civil Rights Commission office might be. My involvement with labor was I joined AFSCME, but then my uncle was very much involved in the UAW with Walter Reuther. and established many of the UAW offices here in Ohio. Jeff and Melissa, you boots on the ground, AFL-CIO and the teachers union. Let me talk about work discrimination prior to COVID, because I know it existed, but then there's some devastating things that have taken place after COVID. So what was the work environment like, Jeff, prior to COVID?
Well, I've been a teacher for 26 years, and I've been in my current role for about a year and a half. I taught in Parma City Schools, which is an inner ring suburb. And the school I taught at, Parma Senior High School, well, it's a city that butts right up against Cleveland. Then there's a couple of other cities that are in our school district, Seven Hills and Parma Heights, which are a little bit more suburban. So when I first began teaching, our teaching staff was pretty homogeneous. It's was a pretty white teaching staff, and our students were pretty homogeneous too. But as the years have gone on, our student population is getting more diverse, especially at our schools that are close to the Parma-Cleveland border. I guess to go back to your question is that, number one, we have not in my school district done a very good job of attracting and hiring and fostering early career educators of color. I had one friend, there was one, and he was the only teacher of color. He's a African-American male by the name of Dennis Lewis, and he was the only Black teacher we had in that school system for years. And to that end, I don't believe that we've done a very good job in schools that, yes, if we can attract teachers of color, we don't go then the extra step to make sure that they have what they need to succeed. Being possibly a very low percentage in some school systems, if you're a teacher of color, you can be in communities that don't have much support. You can't go many places that make you feel comfortable. Your colleagues might not go out of their way to make you feel comfortable. So I think what has happened during the pandemic, I believe that we've acknowledged that, and even before the pandemic, is that we need more educators of color. And not only do we need to, and we can talk about this later, about how we go out and recruit and some of the programs that we now have instituted recently to go out and recruit teachers of color, but how we need to support teachers of color in our school systems that are not traditionally, traditionally white school systems. So I see some inroads definitely made in that area.
Thanks, Jeff. Melissa, I'm gonna pick your brain as in your role as AFL-CIO and talk about other work related discrimination, and then we come back to your role as teacher. But what do you see it in other areas of discrimination prior to COVID?
Well, again, that depends largely upon whether you are in a collective bargaining state or not in a collective bargaining state to start with. And again, in non-collective bargaining states, the rights are not extended. Workers' rights are not necessarily extended or guaranteed to anyone, and people of color tend to be more highly discriminated against than white workers. And again, with the collective bargaining agreement, at least there are some protections in place to protect against that. What we saw during COVID is that it's our low paid workers who tended to bear the brunt of the COVID pandemic. And our low paid workers tend to be women or people of color primarily. And they unfortunately, bore the brunt of the COVID pandemic while also carrying our country through the COVID pandemic. They were the essential workers who were on the front line. And while in the first COVID relief package, there was some hazard pay that was extended to some workers, that was not necessarily the case in the American Rescue Plan. That hazard pay was not necessarily extended. Now, money was given to local and state governments that could be used to provide hazard pay for workers, but it's not a guarantee. So again, I think anytime we're going through a pandemic or anytime we're just looking at workers' rights in general, we always need to be looking out for our lowest paid workers, and particularly for those who are not in a union, who do not necessarily have the same guarantees extended to them. I would also add that in Ohio, we're one of about 25 states in the union that does not have protections for LGBTQ workers. So regardless of your race or ethnicity, sorry, I'm struggling on that word there. If you are, LGBTQ, you could be fired from your job simply because of your sexual orientation. So again, that's not COVID related, but that is, a huge gap that we have here in Ohio that needs to be fixed through the Fairness Act in Ohio or from a federal level.
I want to pick up on that and ask Jeff and Lori, in your roles, have you seen much, as Melissa talks about, discrimination or workforce discrimination as it relates to the LGBTQ population or constituencies? Lori, in the commission, have we?
Yeah, we believe the Ohio Fairness Act is going to pass. It's got bipartisan support, sponsorship. Despite the fact that we're waiting for that to happen, the EEOC has relied on the Bostock case, which it's a long story, but basically they've incorporated sexual identity and sexual preference into the definition of sex. So it really didn't require anything else to change because of the interpretation. So today we can apply the Bostock theory. We have some challenges and want the Ohio Fairness Act to pass so that it is written into Ohio law, but because it's a federal law, any other states listening in today could rely on the Bostock case.
Jeff?
Yeah, definitely. We're a fairly large association or organization, and you have multi-layers. And we have in addition to our board of directors, we have a caucus system, and we have some recognized caucuses. We have an LGBTQ caucus. We have a Black caucus, which has been named the Doris L. Allen Minority Caucus for years, which is essentially the Black caucus. Recently, we have instituted a Hispanic caucus. But to go back to your question, our caucuses have opportunity to provide input. We've been listening to the LGBTQ caucus and all of our caucuses actually, when it comes to the concept of protection. So several years ago, we have support in bargaining contracts, and they're called labor relations consultants, and they help local presidents bargain contracts with their boards. And we put out model language, since Melissa mentioned earlier that there is no protection for LGBTQ members in Ohio revised code. So we've made some inroads. We keep track, we keep statistical data of how many contracts we've been able to bargain LGBTQ protection. It's around 20%. We have some work to do in our state, but certainly there are very deep red sections of Ohio, which we need to continue to work at. It's difficult. But in addition, if we weren't able to get it in a bargain contract language, we then took the approach that maybe we will work with the board to put it in board policy, some protection in board policy. So we have been working with that caucus, and we've got work to do, but we're trying to do our best to make some progress in that area to provide those protections.
Good, thank you. Many of us were hoping that Amazon in Alabama, the workers would accept that bargaining unit. They did not. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, as Dolores pointed out, many of us benefit from organized labor, for being in the middle class. Had it not been for organized labor in America, I don't think middle classes would have been established. What do you think about what happened in Alabama as it relates to Amazon and organizing? I'll start with Melissa. Lori, I don't know if you want to, I'll give you a chance to weigh in at the end if you want to. It's kind of out of your area, but let's go with Melissa and Jeff, and I'll come over to you.
Thanks, Tom. You cannot underplay the role that the employer played in the Amazon election. Even though it looked like it was an overwhelming vote, when you work for a company who is using the tactics that Amazon used, social media pressure, mandatory meetings to call people in to bash the union, those union busting activities are really, really difficult to overcome because people live in fear. Again, we're talking about low wage workers who are dependent upon these jobs. It's not easy to leave a job and go to another job when your family is dependent upon your paycheck. So there's a huge fear factor that I believe the employers played into in the Amazon election. And unfortunately, we were not able to overcome that in this election round, although this is being challenged because, again, I think the tactics, we all believe that the tactics that Amazon used, those union busting tactics, were simply wrong. So this is why, and I do believe that even though it wasn't successful this time, a lot of times union campaigns aren't successful the first time, but that's why you try again and keep trying to pick up more workers. But this is why we so critically need the PRO Act to be passed. The PRO Act would make it illegal to do the type of union busting activities that Amazon engaged in. The PRO Act would make it easier for our private sector workers to organize and would provide better protections for our workers. And it would, like I said, it would stop those union busting activities from happening, or make it attach large fines to those type of activities happening and make it harder to do that type of stuff. So while we're highly disappointed that the workers were not able to get a union contract now, I don't think anyone's going to be giving up on getting that union contract. And we know from recent Gallup polling that unions are at an all-time high in popularity. And we've even seen here in Ohio, increase in the number of people who have contacted us about wanting to organize. So we all need to just step up and continue to organize people and work as hard as we can to pass the PRO Act so it makes it easier for our workers to organize.
I want you to respond also to the question, but just to remind us of what the PRO Act is all about. And Dolores, I'm going to come to you after Lori to ask you the same question. I want you to be thinking about your thoughts, from your historical perspective, what you thought of what happened at Amazon. So Jeff, what is the PRO Act? And then answer the question about what happened in Alabama and Amazon.
Well, I believe the PRO Act, I'm not that diverse in it. I have a flyer on it, but it's not in front of me. It is, from what I understand, a piece of legislation that, as Melissa highlighted, will prevent employers from openly attacking employees from trying to organize. And just that type of federal, there are other protections under the PRO Act, but I don't have that document in front of me. But I just like to follow up with, I come from a union family. My dad owned a bar. He had 5 kids. And my mom said, I'm not having it. I got all these kids and you're coming home all hours of the night. You own this bar. And my dad got a job and he was a mailman. He was an NALC member, National Association of Letter Carriers. Right. And that afforded our family great health care. I could go to the Union Eye Care Center and get some glasses if I needed it. And my mom always said that, and she's 95 years old. She just had her 95th birthday, my mom, that if it weren't for her working part-time and my dad having gotten out of that bar and having a good union job, that we wouldn't have had the middle-class lifestyle that we had. We wouldn't have been able to go on a vacation in the summer and so on. So just to conclude, we in Ohio, prior to the pandemic, one of the other things the pandemic did affect is that we were engaged in a coalition trying to raise the minimum wage in Ohio to $13 an hour. There was some talk about $15 an hour. And then the pandemic hit, and we weren't able to get our signature campaign going and get the proper number of signatures. But I'm interested to see where federal legislation goes now that we have the leadership that we do in the White House with a $15 minimum wage and a living wage, like Melissa said, that so many of our ESP members who work in our schools, who are cafeteria workers, our secretaries, our bus drivers, they deserve a living wage. So we're advocating for that as well.
Yeah, we have similar experience. My father worked in the post office as a clerk. My mother will be 98 next Wednesday, April 21st. But I don't think you had 9 brothers and sisters. So there are 10 in my family. And that's why getting a middle-class job, and my mother worked too as a teacher, was extremely important to us. Lori, what are your thoughts on this? Have you had a thought on this as it relates to Amazon and labor building?
No, I'm very supportive of unions. I also, I grew up in Arizona, a lot of agricultural needs for unions there, just to ensure laborers were treated fairly. So I'm a proponent and looking forward to hearing others speak on this and learn more about it.
Okay. Dolores, what are your thoughts? I mean, having been involved with labor organizing and labor movements and advocacy for many years, what are your thoughts on Amazon and what's happening today in the labor union busting that's going on?
Well, considering that they took that election took place in the South, where there's a very anti-union, you might say, propaganda that has gone on forever, and so workers are not really understanding what a labor union is. And I think there has to be some basic education, and I'm glad that we have educators here on the panel right now, because I think, as I said before, that labor studies needs to be included in our education curriculum so that people will understand what is a union. A union is an organization of workers, so that workers can get representation on the job, but also in the state legislature and in the U.S. Congress. And all of the employer organizations, they belong to multiple organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, and then they have the trade organizations. And somehow they don't recognize that workers also have a human right to have their own organizations. And of course, it stems from slavery, where people, under slavery, people were expected to work for nothing, use all of their energy in their life to make other people wealthy, and so that other people could have a comfortable living. And when we talk about the minimum wage, I mean, $15 an hour, which, by the way, we do have in California, we're very much approaching that, but that is not a living wage. Because of the cost of living that has gone up so high, especially when it comes to rents. You know, I remember way back in the day when they said you could use a quarter, 25% of your income to pay for your rent, and then it went up to a third of your income, and many people are using 50% of their income to pay for rent and shelter. So everything is totally out of whack. If the minimum wage were where it should be more than $30 an hour. I mean, so we have, as we all know, a great income inequality in our country right now, where we have, 10% of the wealthy corporations and the wealthy families, like the Waltons from Walmart, that they own 90% of the wealth. So working people in our country are getting, I want to use the word, screwed, okay, right now. And again, you know, when we look at that Amazon election, I kind of wish that retail wholesale would have maybe picked another state besides the state in the South, where you have this ignorance about what labor unions are. So I think we have to start with basics, like we did, Cesar Chavez and I did when we organized the United Farm Workers. We spent 3 years before that famous Delano strike just meeting with families, explaining to them why they needed a union. If they ever wanted to get toilets in the fields and unemployment insurance and just the basic human rights that workers needed, they're the ones that had to organize and make it happen. So I think that we all, I'm going to say, just as we are all working on racial equality, on stopping the school to prison pipeline, you know, breaking down all of the systemic racism and sexism and homophobia that we have in our country, we've got to add labor to that list. And I think the educators can really do a great job in making this happen, to include labor studies in our curriculums that we have in the schools, and to help workers help the public support labor. Labor organizations have to be they have to be an integral part of our society, an integral part of our society. They should not be looked like as quote unquote special interests. The majority of the people in the United States are working people. And it's when you think of Amazon and Jeff Bezos as the president of Amazon, and all of the billions of dollars that they are now worth, and they can't even provide their workers, a living wage. Give me a break here. Under the United Farm Workers, our farm workers that had union contracts, they get a pension. They get a monthly check every month when they retire from their work. This is something that every single worker should have, to know, that they spent their bodies in making, producing wealth for the country. And when they retire, they should be able to have a pension to live on. Because Social Security, as we all know, that does not cut it for people to be able to live on. And so when we talk about erasing poverty, labor unions have got to be part of that equation.
Excuse me, Dolores, could you move a little closer to your computer, because we're getting some sound, a little feedback, and it's a little difficult to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask her to turn it up some too, because it was great. But we heard her. It was just not as loud.
We did hear you. Just a little challenge.
Let me shift gears here, because a lot is going on in the State House right now, in legislative wise, and one of the bills that we are watching is dealing with teachers carrying weapons. And just give me your thoughts on that. I know, Melissa, you testified on Thursday in committee against that bill. But one of the things that one of our members asked, and it had to do with the definition of children, and just put a pin in that, because somewhere we're getting confused. Well, we thought it was shifting away from adults and adding children to that language. Also, as it relates to the protest bill as well, it was shifting from adults to children. And so there's a deep concern. But I really want to ask the two of you, especially as it relates to your constituencies and the whole issue of guns being worn by teachers. Melissa, let's start with you, then we'll go to Jeff.
Yes, thank you. I did testify on this past week. Keep in mind that this bill was not about whether teachers could carry guns in school or not. It was about the amount of training a person had to have in order to carry guns. We are absolutely opposed to teachers being armed in schools, teachers and staff being armed in schools. We have a resolution that states that unfortunately they already can. But again, this bill is about how much training should be required for that. And basically they want to reduce the amount of training and put it under local control to let it be decided at a local level, how much training a teacher or staff person would have to have. Again, our position would be that we don't want anyone to, but if there is going to be a law, there needs to be some standards in place for that. One, there needs to be transparency in terms of a school board should not be able to make a decision to arm teachers in school and then not tell the community. The community has the right to know about that decision. Two, we believe the training requirement should be set by the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy. They have the expertise in this area to determine what type of training should be, it would be necessary. And three, I apologize, I've got a grandson who's coming into the background, but the third piece of that should be that there should be psychological testing required to go along with that. We've seen the news stories. We know, even our people who are supposedly highly trained in how to handle difficult, tense situations are shooting our Black and brown people. And so I think there's a concern when we start bringing guns into schools about when about who ends up being in the middle of gunfire, and when does a person determine that a situation becomes dangerous. And I think and we fear that it will become situations where it's not about an active shooter being in the building, but a situation just escalates and someone who's armed decides that they need to take care of it because they feel like someone is in danger. So that's why we just think there should be a high amount of training involved with this. And that training should include training in de-escalation strategies, which is highly important. But our preference again would be that no teacher, no staff person is armed within that school. And there's even questions around having resource officers in schools, but that's another topic there. So I'll let Jeff have a few words here.
Yeah, I agree. The Ohio Education Association is in line with OFT and Melissa. We don't believe our educators should be carrying guns in schools. But it is currently law in Ohio that can be determined by the local school board. It can be done. And I've had conversations with some of our members who are in rural communities. Actually, one former member who's retired and became president of a school board, where it was a difficult decision for them to actually, and they actually approved it for school personnel to carry a weapon with the proper training, because their rationale is that they are so rural, if anything were to happen, that it would take law enforcement at least 20 minutes to get to their location. So it was a difficult decision for them. Now, having said that, I'll go back to my original statement. We're against it. We have a resolution as well, and we're not for teachers carrying guns. The bill that's currently under consideration, House Bill 99, would reduce the training to about an 8-hour training where you could complete 6 hours of that training online. And I've said, I taught 26 years in the Parma City school system. We went through, finding things written on bathroom walls or on desks where students were going to make a threat, an empty threat, and they'd investigate it. I was never afraid to go to school in my life. But if one of my colleagues that I knew, and they were going to carry a weapon, an untrained colleague, I might be afraid to go to school. I might be afraid to be an administrator if somebody was carrying a gun. You get upset, and you hear about accidental discharge. We did some research on that. There are so many accidental discharges of weapons and firearms. We shouldn't be carrying guns in school. I mean, look at the training, that the unfortunate incident in Minneapolis, again, with the female police officer thought she was discharging a taser, and she discharged her gun. Again, we're not for teachers carrying guns in schools, and we are opposed to House Bill 99, that if you're going to have to carry a gun, we are for the utmost amount of training possible that a peace officer would receive.
So Jeff and Melissa, help me understand this, because several questions in the chat lead me to ask this. For years, we thought there were SROs in schools. We thought there was a public schoolhouse security officer on site. That doesn't exist anymore?
It does exist. And House Bill 1, the school funding bill, which is actually now part of the budget bill, actually provides funding for school resource officers, which is another reason why we need to pass this fair school funding formula. Yes, and those school resource officers should have peace officer training, which is the amount of training that currently by law teachers are supposed to have. They're trying to reduce that. But I think I just wanted to jump in even when Jeff was talking and say that there's still a larger question around what do we want our schools to be like in general. And this is something else I said in my testimony the other day, is we don't want our schools to feel like prisons. We want our children to be safe, but we need to do that in a way that they don't feel like they're within some kind of a prison system. It needs to be a welcoming, safe place. When we have security officers in school, they shouldn't be there as a presence like an authority police officer type figure, but as someone who is part of the school community and who gets to know the kids and who's building relationships with the students. And so this is even a deeper discussion than whether teachers are armed or not. It is about how do we create safe, welcoming environments for all children, regardless of the color of their skin or their economic background. How do we make schools places where children want to be and keep them safe at the same time? And it's a conversation that we need to spend some time having at a community by community level. It's not a statewide, it's not a legislative conversation necessarily. It's community by community deciding what do our children need and how do we provide those needs in a safe way.
Melissa, I think it was your national president or officer talked about model schools, NEA's model schools. Are you familiar with that? Or Jeff, are you familiar with NEA's model schools? And if so, does this issue of security, is it in that model school? We were actually talking about a measure. I think they were talking about measuring success, measuring what students were learning. But in that comment, I think he threw out the term NEA has a model school guide. Are you familiar with that? And does it speak to the issue of security, or is it just on curriculum and student advancement?
I am a little familiar with that document we were talking about the other day. I'm not an expert on it by any means. Maybe if one of our NEA directors were on that, they could talk about that. But going back to some of the points earlier made, it's about relationships and local control. And in that model school document, how you get there is by including everybody. You include community conversations, you include the students, you include the educators, the administrators. If you want to get a true picture about what your model school needs to look like, you need input from all the stakeholders. Melissa referenced school resource officers and police. Now, we had the Parma police at Parma Senior High, and we've transitioned away from that. The police officer is still in the building, but they're never seen. We have school resource officers that try their best to create relationships with the students. And I believe there are some actual police officers in certain communities that try to do that as well. So it all depends on, I guess, the relationship that you have, that community has, whether it's the entire community or the Black and Brown community or Black and Brown students. So to be quite frank, our Black and Brown students didn't have that greater relationship with the Parma police. They didn't trust them. So we brought in school resource officers that looked like them, and it's gone much better recently. So I think the premise of the school, the model school, is you need to listen and everybody needs to be a part of it.
Thank you. Lori, I know a lot of this is out of your area, but just want to give you a chance to share some thoughts on this topic of civil rights and employment and discrimination, from your point of view. I know you came with some thoughts. Do you have any thoughts you want to share with us?
I commend all of our teachers. And so I'm thinking about, can you imagine taking a job as hard as teaching our young population and then having that job turn to something that is so severely different? Gun carrying educators, I can't really comprehend what a teacher might be feeling. And I can imagine how different that job would be. I guess that's from my HR background, and I certainly support not supporting teachers carrying guns, but gosh, if they do, all the training in the world, and that we know is not a guarantee either. Senator Roberts, were you thinking about anything in particular regarding civil rights?
I know a lot of work is done by the Ohio Civil Rights Commission. Most people, I don't think, are aware of it. Just want to give you a chance to share some of those thoughts as it relates to the whole issue of labor, work, and civil rights and discrimination. So just want to give an open opportunity to share some of your thoughts on those issues. Alicia, did you have?
Yeah, if I could just piggyback on Lori's comment, as a classroom teacher, I can share with you a little bit of what we experience. When I was at a middle school in Dayton Public Schools, we had one day, we're in our classrooms teaching, and I was on my teacher break, and I went down the hallway, and there's a classroom with little children crying. And all of a sudden, it's like sweeps across the room, because in the neighborhood of this school that had 150 Latino children, the word had gotten out that ICE was going in the neighborhood and rounding up families. And so immediately kids had heard about it, and we had like little kindergartners and first grades who were traumatized by that reality in their lives. And then you have what's going on outside the school with gun violence. And so now we're in the classroom, and so we're having drills on how to keep kids safe and how to be as quiet as we can in the room, or no, maybe that's not the right thing. We should be running outside, so the whole sentiment of safety in the school has been turned up on its head. And so the place that should be teaching the model of how we engage as human beings is now reflecting some of the outside world that, it's way too it's too scary, and we really have to protect ourselves with guns and look out for all those bad people out there. So it puts teachers and educators in this place where we're trying to teach the kids that the world is their oyster and that they need to be involved, while we're also telling the kids it's very scary out there, and we're going to bring guns in here to help protect you. So I don't know what the answer is, except that violence begets violence. And so I think that the school should not be the place where we're seeing it as the norm to be walking around with guns at hand. And I don't think that happens in all the schools. So if it doesn't happen in other schools, what is it that they have that they don't need to have guns in the building? And whatever it is they have, that's what we need in our schools, so that every child and every teacher and educator feels safe in the environment that they're working in.
Okay, it looks like Dolores wants to add some thoughts to this conversation. Go ahead, Dolores.
Yes, thank you. Yes, our foundation, we are very active in many school districts. This is part of the work that we do as part of our education work. And our local school board here in Bakersfield, California, Kern County, they tried to pass that, and the NRA was behind it. And they did actually vote to have our teachers have guns. But our state legislature passed a law that totally canceled that. So they were not able to do it, okay? And we passed petitions, we got hundreds of signatures to prevent that. The board, which is at that time, by the way, we have been able to replace some of those school board members. So now we have some actual teachers that sit on our high school board. So we were able to take care of that issue two ways. One, by having our state legislature pass a law that said no, they could not have guns in the schools. So I think that was a very important thing. Another thing that we've done here in California, when Governor Jerry Brown was our governor, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they actually passed a very, very broad legislation for our schools, and there is they are giving the money directly to the school districts. But as part of them getting the money directly, they have to include the community, parents, and students in terms of all of their policies that they do. And they have to form committees that have parents on them. And not only that, but they have to have forums where the community, parents, and students can give recommendations. Now, one of the requisites of them getting the money directly is that they had to have a welcoming environment for students. A welcoming environment. That is a criteria for them to get the money directly. And then they have to have what they call special concentration funds, money that goes directly to English learners and low-income students and foster children. And they have reinforced that criteria for the schools with our school board. Our school board has, and also through legislation, all of our schools now have to have ethnic studies as a mandatory requirement for kids that graduate from high schools. So we're making a lot of headway here in California to be able to erase some of the systemic racism that exists in our society. So
Okay.
we're going a long way in that direction.
No, I think California is probably a progressive legislature, and having served 20 years in Ohio, we are a suppressive legislature. And so all the draconian bills that are pending in our General Assembly tell me that we are far from a progressive state. Dolores, I want to come back to you for some final comments, because I cannot have a historical figure in my presence without picking your historical brain, but we're still having difficulty hearing you. And when our sound people turn it up, we get the hum. So maybe you could turn your side up a little bit better. And when I come back to you for a final wrap up, because I want to hear some stories. I want to hear some history. I love history and civil rights history. I'm sure you and Dr. King and Cesar Chavez had some interesting moments. And I think that the listening audience would be interested in knowing what that experience was like. Let me turn back to my teachers who are also lobbyists in the state assembly. We are about to embark on that fantastic feat we do every 10 years. That is to redraw the legislative districts, redistricting and reapportionment. Groups that I belong to and LULAC and others are calling for fair districts, drawing the districts so there's fair representation and the legislative race is not in the primary, that people have an opportunity to select the people they want like to represent them in the general election. Jeff, your thoughts on redistricting and reapportionment as it's coming up here soon?
Well, first of all, I'd like to go back to a little story about one of my colleagues. Chris Munoz Nedro is a staff member that works for OEA. She's a regional director. And she found out that I was doing this today with being on a panel with Dolores Huerta. And she goes, "You aren't going to believe this, but I'm conducting a book study tonight. And the 2 chapters that we're going over are on Dolores Huerta." I said, "Oh, really?" So it immediately gave me some credibility. I think she wants me to pull some strings to get Dolores to attend their book study. So maybe we'll have to talk about that. But gerrymandering in Ohio exists. Thank goodness that the people of Ohio have a sense of fairness and spoke up at the ballot box and said that we need to draw the lines in Ohio fairly, and they scrapped the old system and said that we need to draw these lines. So like you mentioned, that candidates actually have a chance to win, and that the person that's elected represents the constituency in that district. I think there was the example of one of our legislators, Marcy Kaptur, that kind of goes by the snake by the lake all around from Toledo to Cleveland. It's just this very slim congressional district that she has. So instead of packing all the Democrats into certain districts and packing up the Republicans and other ones, and just like you said, the outcome is kind of known in the primary. So we're thankful for the people of Ohio to actually vote to have this done. The commission is charged with it, and if they don't get it right, it'll go in front of the Ohio Supreme Court. So we believe that this is a good thing for Ohio to more accurately represent our population. Like, our population is nowhere near the representation in the legislature. We have 33 senators. I think it's 25-8 Republicans to Democrats, and we're like a purple state. That's not the way it is. And I think it's 99 representatives in the House. It was 61-38, something like that. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, when I heard the other day, I knew this. It just hit me. There are only 8 Democrats in the Ohio Senate, and we're nonpartisan, but that doesn't seem right. Melissa, what are your thoughts?
I'll keep it brief because Jeff said most of it, and I agree with you. I'd like to spend the rest of the time listening to Dolores Huerta, but just to add to your statistics, you know, we are, if you look at vote counts, we are pretty much 50-50 Democrat Republican when you look at results in our elections. However, we have our representatives in Congress are 12 Republicans and 4 Democrats. So that shows you that there's a huge problem in the way our lines are drawn. So it's critical. It makes a difference in the type of legislation that is passed. Ohio is a regressive state, or not so liberal as you said, because of the gerrymandering that we have. And it's important that we get the correct representation, both at a state and a federal level. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And so, Dolores, here's my thought. As Alicia and I began this journey almost a year ago to have a conversation between NAACP and LULAC, develop a Black and brown agenda. And we know that it's been going on for a long period of time, 90 some years or so. Is that about right, Alicia? A long time. Yeah. And, but most of us would like to think America's a little bit better today than it was in 63, 64, we call the civil rights era. And it was people like you and Dr. King and Cesar who really brought us to where we are today. Any thoughts on, is America better today? And why do you think we need a Black and brown agenda in 2021?
Well, I think we need a Black, brown, Asian, and Anglo agenda, okay? Because we know that we are the majority when we think about women, and we think about people of color, and I include white men of conscience, that we are the majority. But we just got to figure out ways that we can make our majority be the dominant voice in what is going on right now. The fact that we are highlighting a racial injustice right now is really good, because at least we're talking about it. People are going to have to declare themselves whether they are anti-racist or racist. I mean, right now it's like Reverend Al Sharpton said, they took off the KKK hoods, and they put on the suits. And we are seeing them now expose themselves in the positions that they're taking on the issues of Black Lives Matter, on women's issues. But I think that we have a very critical moment in our society right now. And we talked in this session, we talked about the bills that are in the Congress, immigration reform, which is up, the For the People Act, which is so that they cannot pass this legislation on voter suppression, so we can have campaign finance reform. That's Senate Bill 1 right now in the U.S. Senate. We've got the Equal Rights Amendment, by the way, that is going to be voted on by the U.S. Senate, and we need everybody to jump on that one also. And by the way, there's a website, ERAYES2021.org, ERAYES2021.org, to get more information. And we need to get everybody mobilized on that. We're asking everybody, call 5 people that you know, get them to call 5 people that they know, get them to call 5 more people, so we can just, get this momentum going to get this important legislation passed. And I like to quote Michael Moore, who said, in the morning, we wake up in the morning, we wash our face, we brush our teeth, and then we call our senator, okay? So let's get that out there to everybody so we can get this important legislation passed. But yes, when people talk about the 60s, I say, you know what? We are back. The 60s are back with steroids. with steroids. Because we have so many devices now that we can educate, we can do the research, everything is transparent, and we can mobilize and we can act. So this is the new movement right now. This is the new justice movement, and all of us are part of it. And we're going to do it all together, all of our different ethnic groups. And by the way, never use the word race unless it's attached to the word human. There is only one human race, only one human race. And our human race began in Africa. Hey, educators, let's exclude that in our curriculum. Homo species, we are one human race. We are all Africans of different shades and colors, and we can say to the KKK, to the Proud Boys, to the neo-Nazis, all of those white supremacists out there, get over it, you're Africans, okay? Just get over it. Just get over it. But working together, we're gonna make it happen. And of course, we know we have to go back to voting, getting people registered to vote, paying attention to the redistricting that's happening right now. But I think we are the ones that are going to make it happen, and we're going to get everybody out there to join us to build our justice movement. Yeah, we can make it happen. Si se puede. And thank you very much for including me in this wonderful, wonderful conference. I want to just celebrate and thank Alicia Pagan, and of course Thomas Roberts. Also, you've done an incredible, wonderful job today. And I've been at this conference since the beginning, and I have to say to you,
Goodness.
I have to say to you, Alicia, that I have learned a lot from you today. Okay, with all
Oh my goodness, what an
my 70 years of
thank
experience.
you.
Okay, so I salute
Well,
you.
I just have to ask you one thing, Dolores. You know, the black and brown agenda. I've told my kids in the classroom, and in fact, you should see the handouts that my kids have made about teaching about you with little word grams and all kinds of stuff. But they did a workshop, and we had pictures of Coretta Scott King and Cesar Chavez, and you holding hands together. And I tell the kids that, you know, Martin Luther King was on one side of the U.S. and Cesar was on the other, and so they couldn't see each other in person, but they would communicate in writing, and then Coretta would be there in his stead. Are there any memories that you could share about that?
Well, we had telephone conversations with Dr. King when he was going to jail in Montgomery, and there was correspondence that was exchanged. We never got to meet Dr. King in person, but whenever he would call, all of our executive board would all gather. Caesar would put him on the speakerphone so that we could hear him talking to us. And then I spent a lot of time with Coretta. We traveled the country when she was trying to get the holiday. And a lot of people don't give Coretta a lot of credit on that. But she and people like Harry Belafonte, Stevie Wonder, they went around the United States of America getting support for the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. And so let's always remember to include Coretta when we have our celebrations about Dr. King also.
Wonderful. You shared, I have to say one thing when you mentioned about the legislation. To everyone listening in Ohio, we need to support HB 72, which is to look at creating the Hispanic heritage recognition for the month. Those are ways that we can help educate our community about all of our heroes and sheroes, and ways that our community can get to know us as well.
And Alicia, also, if we can't get legislation, we ought to continue to push for it. But March 31st, as we do Dr. King's Cesar Chavez birthday celebration in Ohio. If we don't do it legislatively, we ought to do it as human race. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see it as a Cesar Chavez Dolores Huerta Day.
Yeah.
Because they created the United Farm Workers.
Thank you. So power's in the people. We have about 5 minutes. I'd like to give everyone like a minute or so to final thoughts. Lori, Jeff, and Melissa.
Call to actions.
And go ahead. Call to actions. What would you see? One of the things at the end of this, we're going to ask everybody to do something. What do you want people to do coming out of this summit? Lori, Jeff, and Melissa.
Use your voice. Dolores Huerta, happy birthday to you. My mom and you share the same birthday. We are big fans of yours. Si se puede is a motto. And I say use your voice, do something every single day to improve a life.
My call to action is when you wash your face and brush your teeth and you call, we've got to get this fair school funding plan passed, which is now included in the budget, which is House Bill 110. 70% of the money, we'll add an extra $2 billion, that's a B, billion dollars to public education over a 6-year period. Once it's fully funded, $2 billion a year, and 70% of that money goes to urban and poor rural communities. 70% of that money. We need to keep an eye on House Bill 200, which is report card reform. Report card reform is the root of all of our problems here in Ohio educationally. It punishes communities, poor communities, Black and brown communities. It constantly beats them down. In this current system, it is just an indicator of wealth. That's it. You want to know who does well in this current report card in Ohio? Schools and buildings. It's because you come from a wealthy district. We need report card reform. We might have districts that need support. You can't label them as failing. They need support. And that's when we talk about equity and equitable school funding. So that's two pieces of legislation you keep an eye on. And we need your help. That's your action alert. So thank you.
And ditto to what Jeff said, but I will also, my call to action would be to call your senator and ask to have the PRO Act passed. I'm putting a number here that you can call. But again, the way to ensure more equity in the workplace is to make it easier to organize and to be able to join a union. And I would agree with Dolores Huerta in terms of we need to do a better job educating our people about what it means to be in a union. But let's also call this number and make sure that we get the PRO Act passed. Again, it's been such an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm still just in awe that I was able to be on a panel with Dolores Huerta. So thank you.
Thank all three of you, all four of you, for being on this panel. It's been an honor to having all of you here to have this very important conversation. I heard several times today the conversation that we need to be unified, need to work together, collaboration. Even one person used the Al Capone quote, and that is it's either you're at the table or you're the menu. And that's what we're trying to do, is avoid being the menu. And that's what people of color have often become if we don't know the power that we have within us. And that's what this summit has been about. It's been my pleasure to deal with this panel. Alicia, we have 2 minutes to go. I'm going to give you the 2 minutes to use your time to wrap up. We need to wrap up.
Well, all I can say is thank you, everyone on this panel. Thank you, everyone in the preceding 3 panels. This event has been just more than I could imagine. The conversations have been so rich, and I sincerely hope that everyone that's been on this little journey with us, that you have been inspired to engage in your own way, in your own community, to make equity happen for all. Dolores, when you said that don't say race unless it's human race, that's exactly where we're coming from. I want to recommend that folks check out on YouTube, The Power of Illusion from Berkeley, out of Berkeley. They did a series, and and also check out Jane Elliott, because she has a number of YouTube videos that take folks through white privilege. We still need to understand in this country that even, and the myth is so real that even those of us who are of color, those of color, we sometimes get fooled by the myth of privilege. You know, we forget where we come from because now we have access, because we have gained a little wealth, and we can forget about our brothers and sisters in our own families who need our support. So this job requires all of us to do our part. You can't sit back. We all have to do our part. Our children's children are depending on this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been an amazing day. Mil gracias a todos. 1,000 thank yous. Lastly, as we leave, I want to thank our amazing advisory committee. I want to thank LULAC National, Domingo Garcia, our president, Cindy Benavides, our CEO. I want to thank all of our national speakers. I want to thank my very good friend in this journey, Senator Tom Roberts, NAACP President of Ohio. I'm sorry, I didn't get your whole name in there. But I really, really want to thank everybody for helping to make this happen. Thank you and God bless.
What about Senator Brown?
We're supposed to have a video following by Senator Brown. And we want to thank him also, as well as Representative Strong Sykes and Judge Marilyn Zayas and Renee Mahaffey from Closing the Health Gap. And I should also thank the Ohio Commission of Hispanic Latino Affairs, whose information we rely on to help disseminate information in our communities. 3.9% Latino population. Go check out OCHLA's site where you can find their report that gives the data on Hispanic Latinos in Ohio.
I'm Sherrod Brown. Thank you to the Ohio League of United Latin American Citizens for your work to empower Hispanic Americans and build strong Latino communities across our state. Latino Ohioans have enriched our state for generations. Business owners, workers, doctors, educators, advocates, community leaders in so many ways. But for far too many Black and brown workers, hard work has never really truly paid off like it should. The pandemic's been, in a sense, the great revealer, a great accelerator of the racial disparities in healthcare and housing and economic opportunities that Ohioans have lived with for years. We know communities of color have been hit the hardest. Black and brown Ohioans have been more likely to get sick and more likely to die from COVID-19. You've also taken the biggest financial hit. Black and brown Americans are more likely to work in frontline jobs that can't be done remotely, and you're less likely to have paid sick leave, even though you need it more than others. Many also have less savings to fall back on. Latino-owned businesses have a harder time getting help. They're less likely to have a relationship with the biggest banks. Too often last year, we watched big franchises. When the government offered help, big franchises crowded in front of the line. We must rebuild our economy that works for everyone so that all work has dignity, no matter where you live or where you live, what kind of work you do, no matter who you are. That's why beating this pandemic, getting everyone vaccinated is so important. It's what we did last month with the American Rescue Plan, put shots in people's arms, kids back in school, money in people's pockets, people back at work. The plan makes great strides in helping Ohioans' hard work pay off with dramatic expansions of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. 92% of children in Ohio will benefit from that. At the same time, the expansion of the earned income tax credit will help young workers without children. We have a lot to do. Your voices are so critical in this fight for the dignity of all workers. Keep speaking out. I'll continue telling your stories, listening to you, recounting your stories, lifting up your voices. It's what we all need to do. Thank you so much.